Greetings and salutations, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished dignitaries, industry leaders, and esteemed participants. A very good morning to you all. My name is Sahibjeet Kaur, and it is my privilege to welcome you to the second day of the 5th RailTrans Expo 2025, one of India's most influential platforms dedicated to the future of railways, mobility, and transportation. This prestigious event is brought to you by the Urban Infra Group, a leading name in public relations, media, and strategic communication for the urban infrastructure sector. Founded in 2018 by Mrs. Mamta Shah and Dr. Vinod Shah, Urban Infra Group has rapidly emerged as a trusted voice bridging the gap between policy, innovation, and public engagement in railways, metro, transportation, and urban infrastructure. RailTrans Expo 2025, organized by Urban Infra Group, IoT, sustainable transport, and enhanced public-private collaboration. Landscape. So once again, extending a very warm and a heartfelt welcome to everybody out there. Welcome to the RailTrans Expo 2025. But before we move forward, I'd like to take a minute and express our deepest gratitude to our partners for helping us turn our vision into reality. Platinum partner, Jindal Stainless Limited. Gold partner, Sharm Steel Industries Limited. Silver partner, DB Engineering and Consulting GmbH. Conference partners, Infineon Technologies, Jackson Infra, and Jupiter Wagons Limited. Branding partner, IRCON's Infrastructure Limited. Lanyard partner, Jackson Infra. Badge partner, Western Carriers India Limited. Award partner, Rising Leaders India. Podcast partner, RS Live. Knowledge partners, Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya, Nikore Associates, and CILT India. Media partners, Metro Rail Today, Urban Transport News, and Cargo Insights. E-Highway partner, National Highway for Electric Vehicles, NHEV. Supporting partners, Indian Railways, Ministry of Railways and Ease of Doing Business. Mission partners, Make in India, and of course, Viksit Bharat. With this, without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's begin with the proceedings of day 2 to talk about financing the future, sustainable investment for India's mobility revolution. The first session today will shed light on emerging sustainable and scalable financing mechanisms for India's growing rail and mobility infrastructure needs, balancing public investment, private participation, and climate resilient funding as a part of Viksit Bharat 2047. Join me as I welcome our panelists. Please put your hands together for Director, Works. Allow me a moment. Well, we've had some recent victims of the Delhi traffic situation, so please expect a few of our panelists to be joining us momentarily. First and foremost, please put your hands together for Chief Engineer at Indian Railways, Ms. Mona Srivastava. Joining us up next is the Vice President Communications and CSR APAC at Alstom. Please put your hands together for Ms. Sapna Bhawnani. Time to welcome the moderator. Please put your hands together for Founder Nikore Associates. Please give it up for Ms. Mitali Nikore.
So, a very good morning and a warm welcome to all of you and a warm welcome to our panelists. Mona, Sapna, it's so great to be here. I think let's first take a moment to just appreciate the fact that this is an all woman panel, not talking about gender issues at a railway conference. So I think that itself is something that is very interesting, and I'm glad we've achieved this. So, without further ado, I'll just lay the context for 2 to 3 minutes about what we are actually going to speak about today. And then Mona and Sapna bring you, very much into the conversation. So I think financing the future, this topic itself, is something that we've all been grappling with when we talk about urban development. And I've actually been on several panels in the last, few weeks actually, where there's been a lot of discussion around the fact that, we have a need of almost 8 to 10 billion dollars per year of financing for the kind of urban development that we want to see. And on top of that, of course, there is the trunk infrastructure requirements. I mean, there's railways, there's highways. So kind of requirements of the infrastructure sector are massive, even today. And what is really changing when we look at the financing landscape is that there is a move now towards leveraging private financing. And the government is not just saying, oh, I will come in and just finance this infrastructure or finance even these services, but I will ensure that there is a leverage factor. To every rupee that is invested by the government, there should be more than 1 rupee that is coming out from, the private sector. So I think today these approaches have really changed. Public-private partnerships are really, amongst the most important instruments when it comes to urban mobility, as well as railways, as well as highways. So I think, Mona ji, my first question really to you is that, within the railway system, how is that shift playing out, when it comes to the financing requirements versus the financing that's available?
It's a very valid question today because when I look at railways as an organization, as you brought out right away, we are into infrastructure augmentation in a very big way. And we are doing right from Amrit stations to Fatak Mukt Bharat to innovation in our rolling stock to safety enhancements. Really, I would say pretty advanced safety enhancements to ensure seamless travel for our passengers. Besides this, we are also looking at lot of innovation in those areas where we never thought we wanted to innovate or maybe, kind of augment to that levels, like the commercial sector. If you look at, we are going into even giving up our commercial sidings on a PPP basis. So yes, we are trying to explore a lot of projects depending on what, how much can we leverage, as you brought out. Like we are doing a lot of colonies, and therein we are looking at colony redevelopment with some amount of commercial being given to the developer. Likewise, we are also looking at station redevelopment on a PPP mode, or say upfront giving up some land parcel, drawing some money out of that, then divesting that money into some other project. So it depends. The modes are different: PPP, EPC, VGF also we are kind of deploying. So it depends, but yes, the point still remains that we are exploring, we are diversifying into different modes of financing to attain the target that yes, we want to first build infrastructure, and then the next stage we also want to maintain it. Like just a few minutes back, one of my seniors was just discussing with me that would we be able to come up with this model of station upkeep and maintenance through a private agency by leveraging, say, some commercial space or otherwise. Yes, we are experimenting with that part also. So in different facets, because we are just not a infrastructure building organization. If you look at railways, we are primarily a service organization. So whatever we are building is primarily going to be put to service. So once put to service, maintenance becomes a big big question mark for us. So we're looking at that facet also as to how we build, operate, and then, maintain it. So we're trying to leverage by different modes of financing. I hope that answers.
Absolutely, it does.
Thank you.
And I think, Sapna, that is exactly tying in with the work that Alstom is doing. Because, of course, when this leverage ratio needs to increase, or when private sector capacity needs to increase, it is global companies like Alstom who have that expertise that can come forward and say, we're going to work with this ecosystem, we're going to work with the Indian Railways, but then also somewhere try to build a whole value chain, right, of Indian suppliers and Indian, service providers who work within an Alstom umbrella in some cases.
Thank you, Mitali. I think to start off with, I think the perspectives I'd like to bring to the panel is the manufacturer and the OEM's perspective on financing and the different models that can accelerate infrastructure. And in that, I think, one of our biggest successes in India is the public-private partnership model that we have with the Indian Railways, which is our factory in Bihar that's producing 800 freight locomotives, right? One of the most successful PP examples, Mona, if you agree with me, in the country currently. So we know for a fact that models like this can accelerate, I think back in 2014 when we signed this very landmark agreement with Indian Railways, I think we were still at very exploratory stages. If anything, I think the execution and the implementation of this project would have given both sides confidence that these models can work and actually successfully deliver both a very, very viable and a successful product for the market and work equally in terms of financing for both partners. Mitali, I think as international companies, I think, we've helped structure various financing models, all of the different types, right? From VJS, ECB, hybrid, which I think today is the need of the hour, and it's what we're seeing, I think, going majorly across the world. So maybe just a few perspectives to share from a manufacturer's angle, again, in terms of what really can work, right? Yeah. I think there's a need perhaps to separate out two things in terms of, I think where the government is best placed to lead and where the private sector is best placed to lead. Some of the best examples of PP partnerships, and I'd like to kind of stay on this maybe a little bit on the transit and the metro space as some of the examples that I'm going to cite. In Australia, for example, Indian manufactured trains from a factory in Sri City actually run in Australia. That was the first driverless metros of Australia, Sydney Metro, which we're very, very proud to have built, very much here in India. It runs on a public-private partnership model, right? But I think the risk has been very nicely spread between the government, both in terms of breaks that comes to the concessionaires, as well as the availability risk that's kind of not passed on to the partners, but rather kept with the government, because then, you let your manufacturers focus on their core strengths.
Correct.
Right? What we're very good to do with our international exposure and our links is to bring forth a lot of sources of financing and good practices in structuring.
Yeah.
Right? And I think one of our biggest learnings, I think, from having structured and helped in structuring a lot of these metro projects, great examples with Cairo monorail, Dubai in the Middle East, largely, if I see, has been hybrid models where the availability risk rests with the government, because we don't want to pass on revenue or risk, because most of the models that have actually passed on revenue risk have in fact failed, right? And we've seen a few examples of that closer to home as well. Yeah. So maybe I think I'll pass that back to you, Mitali.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I fully agree. And I also think that there is a, at the end of the day, we have to look at each subsector differently. So when we are speaking about a heavy rail infrastructure, how is that actually manufactured? How is that deployed? How is that priced? Especially in a country like India, where railways is the mode of transport for the poorest of the poor. Vis-a-vis, metro rail services, where we are seeing a massive amount of interest, investment, political push right now in having metro rails come up in city after city, but of course much more on the SPV model. So I think that, each of them, the pricing and the entire deal structuring, so to speak, has to be, of course, very, very different. And I think that really brings me to my question, ma'am, is that, when we are looking at expanding the reach of the railways, see, the Indian Railways, we know it's one of the largest railway systems in the world, but we are modernizing now. We are moving towards a Vande Bharat era. We are moving towards a high-speed railway era. We are moving towards an era of multimodal integration, right? Because we would want the railways to be well integrated with bus services, with even airport services in the same place. So, how is some of that strategic thinking happening? And then how do you finance those kind of multimodal facilities?
You see, because having dealt with the Amrit stations for almost 2 years over Northern Railway in a very big way, and way back in 2010, when the first station was being kind of thought of and conceived, that is a New Delhi station on a PPP mode, as you were bringing out right now, the PPP mode, somehow the risks that we were looking at were not catered to, I would say, or probably at that point of time, Railways was not in a position to take off or jump off with a PPP project. So finally, there was time when we finally came up with New Delhi, and that too on self-financing primarily. Now, when you're saying coming up with multimodal hubs, there's a very different facet to that, because all our Amrit stations are now kind of completely integrated with the state services, local services. We are having commercial in all modes like retail, office, or whatever the site offers or whatever the site can fetch, that we are offering, because we are now trying to develop these stations primarily as city centers. You see, earlier the vision of railways was very different. We were looking at stations as railway stations, as in the hubs which kind of provide an access to trains. But today that entire facet is changing. We are looking at a railway station primarily as a multimodal hub which caters to other modes of transport for better convenience to our own rail passengers, besides to come up as a city center for the city, for the smaller cities. Because everywhere you would kind of appreciate that railway stations are centrally located in the heart of the city. So situationally, we are having an edge, and we are just trying to exploit that edge by leveraging the space that we have as a legacy, as a government organization, and use it again back for the betterment of the public.
Correct.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And this is the true essence of transit-oriented development in many ways. That, we should be able to spur job creation. We should be able to spur a kind of local economic development in and around the station, and also ensure that, that station is actually linked very, very well for the public, which is something that I think till now we've all sort of struggled with because of the silos that are there between the agencies.
I'll just cut you short. One major objection that we had in all the cities whenever we are coming up with the railway station is that your station divides the city into two parts. As in, there is no access from one half of the station to the other. So while I was planning for New Delhi way back in 2007, being in the heart of New Delhi, DDA's prime observation was this, that, the Ajmeri Gate side and the Pahargan side of the station are like, two ends, like two countries. So we started looking from that point of view, and we've changed. I mean, in all cities now, we are providing through FOBs, which was never the case with railways. I mean, from one end of the station to the other end, connecting both parts of the cities, facilitating the local user, the city user. So that's how we are also trying to evolve with the need and the demand of the people.
Absolutely, yes, ma'am. We are also seeing that, which is, I think, very encouraging for all of us as mobility professionals. But, Sapna, bringing you into this, I think there's a lot of change that's happening when we look at the mobility landscape in India, right? I mean, one is a movement from, as ma'am said, a pure trunk infrastructure approach and building just stations or building just facilities, to now looking at it as a service based, like mobility as a service as opposed to mobility as infrastructure. So how does that impact Alstom's offering? How does that impact a lot of the private sector partners that you work with? Because you again have to maybe change your approach in some ways to go from a infra heavy to a service heavy kind of service offering.
Thank you, Mitali. Excellent question. I think what's happening, and I'll come to Alstom's perspectives later, is that I think everyone is enthused with seeing ridership of public transport increase, right? There are obviously the very obvious reasons of, like passenger movement, freight movement, country growth, and all of that, right? But I think there are enormous, and you touched on that briefly, in terms of the economic and social benefits of investing more in railway infrastructure. And honestly, we're very enthused to see, partners like Indian Railways and the vision that they have and the kind of investment and thrust we've seen in the country over the last decade and the plans that we see for the future. What I think everyone in the system is looking at doing now is to look at the entire thing as a system rather than the individual pieces that each of us are responsible for, and at the end keeping the passenger experience in mind, right? So yes, I can build the best trains in the world, Mitali, and I'll give it with a social inclusion example, say disability access, right? But if the stations are not built with ramps for wheelchairs, then the utility of that good that I'm building is very, very limited, right? We can build metros in all of our cities, Mitali, but if you're not addressing last mile connectivity for people to get to metros, our ridership will continue to remain low. And this is, I think, what as a company, what we are seeing globally is that the adoption of rail numbers, even in a continent like Europe, that has one of the world's best developed rail transit systems, the adoption of rail still remains relatively low because we haven't looked at all of the other things in the system that work in tandem, right? So at one end, while we continue to kind of work on our product portfolio and enhancing the efficiency, the performance, really at the heart of it all is the passenger experience, right? So trains, coming to the station faster, that needs technology evolution, right? At peak hours, we can't have passengers waiting for 20 minutes, 15 minutes for the next. And this is, by the way, I'm not just speaking of metros, right? I'm speaking of autonomous operations even in main lines, right? So that's where tech is going at. Trains are being designed keeping the passenger experience in mind, right? We're working with our customers that how can we holistically as a system work with you to even on an advisory capacity as to what else can be developed around, right? So I think it's still a niche offering, but I think the entire industry is working towards the awareness that we need to keep the end user's overall experience and touch point with that product that we are building and design around that. Yeah? So that's where focus is at currently.
Yeah, no, I mean, that makes complete sense because I'll just narrate one example. So, I do a lot of work on gender mainstreaming and also universal accessibility. And just last week, my team and I, we were in Hubli, right, in Karnataka, and we were doing an audit of the newly built bus transport infrastructure in the city to understand whether this is universally accessible or not. And literally the points that you're mentioning, the buses were actually beautiful, they were low floor buses, they were buses that were very easy to access and absolutely like level from the bus station. But the entry into the bus station everywhere was with a staircase. So then how can a wheelchair user or a stick user or anybody who's any other form of disability, because of course we always forget that there are so many forms of disability, how can they even enter the station? So literally there's one entry at the back somewhere, and if you know about it, then you know about it. And so these elements, like you mentioned, of inclusion are so critical when we are talking about the future design of mobility. And of course, for women, we see it more and more that, it's not only about the infrastructure, but also about the safety and inclusion aspects of the entire transport ecosystem. But I think, the last set of questions from me, if you both were to, like, just as a rapid fire, say three things you'd want to change in the current financing ecosystem for infrastructure in India, what would it be and why? Just two or three things you'd want to change.
If you talk of financing, I say there should be more of private participation, more excitement, more incentive, more incentivization from the government to the industry. Not just for finance, you posted the question finance, but I would say also for technology development. You were talking of transit. That's one of my concerns. I've been writing about it and I've been talking about it, not just in public fora, otherwise also. We've been working in fragments. And if you talk of Alstom, okay, we talk of trains, we talk of stations. There is something in between. Wherein again, some mode of financing, some mode of financial modeling has to come through with the industry participation who bridges that gap. We hear of metro lines, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 in all cities of India today. But I staying in Noida, I have access to metro stations. Within every 1 kilometer there's a metro station, but the only option is a local battery rickshaw. Right, that could be accessible or may be very friendly for my first metro station. But if I have to kind of catch a train from a metro station 3 kilometer apart, the only option is a Ola cab or my private car. So there is a gap which has to come about for more proliferation, for more strengthening of our transport infrastructure. And for that, there has to be some innovative financing more, which the government has to pitch in, incentivize, and the private players have to catch on to it, innovate and come up with something. Because without that, we're not looking at very big financing, but that interim thing has to come about with some cost sharing from the private player as well as the government. That's my first wish list. The second, again, into financing, there has to be incentivization, corporate social responsibility enhancement for Divyangjan. That has been a patent subject of mine over railway stations. I kind of confess and acknowledge that we are still to make all our stations completely Divyang friendly. So there has to be some incentivization which kind of makes this mandatory. I have done the study of lot of European stations, and the first prerequisite over those stations and station design is a kind of inclusivity. That has to come about some way. There has to be some incentive from the government that this should be my first take, be it over a bus hub, be it over a metro station, or be it over a long haul, I mean like our train stations. These are the two major things. And the third thing over financing again, we should come up with unified metropolitan transport authorities which have these wings to kind of cater to everything. As you're talking of financing, they would have a wing which looks at the financing models, assists the central as well as the state government over financing, the private players over technology and participation, and then a complete amalgamation of all the sectors to participate. These are the three things I think of. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think the flip side of always going second is that a lot of the things I think have already been spoken about and very well articulated. So maybe just to add to that, I'm not sure I'm going to go with three necessarily structurally, Mitali, but I think to ma'am's point, absolutely, I think I can confirm with what we are seeing globally, there is a lot of interest, whether it's from private pension funds, whether it's from infra investment funds, to actually invest in the infrastructure. What we need are more bankable projects. And I think the entire industry needs to work together to define what bankable looks like. And we'll defer, I think, like we have a very, very big player on the stage with us, so we'll have to defer to them to see how best we can design some of these bankable projects together, industry and government, right? That's number one. The second, I think that interim funding that I think, ma'am, you referenced, for me, it's a private area of passion because like I said, Number one, when we are looking at viability and feasibility studies for infrastructure projects, I genuinely would like to see the economic and social benefits of that project beyond just revenues from that project factored into the feasibility study very early on, and more awareness created around investment funds as to these benefits and putting value to these benefits. You know, that's the only way we're going to be able to bridge that. I know that from my corporate, because I lead the corporate social responsibility portfolio for Alstom for the region as well. We are privately supporting, Mitali, you know this is an area of passion for us, as how do we bridge all of the social issues that exist in the field of mobility. But it's a very, very niche sector of investment, I think, from a CSR funding space, as well as from private. Again, I can confirm there is a lot of private philanthropic capital interest in this space. We need to, I think, raise more awareness. Yes, I think we need to tap into it. We need to unlock financing in that space because I think the interest exists. Yeah. We need to define and explain the how.
Yeah. Absolutely. And I think, you know, the point that you made about bankable projects, but most importantly about the economic and social benefits were just music to my ears, because that will mean more revenue for my firm. So I would be very happy if there was much more focus on economic and social benefits, because then we can come in and do that for, you know, literally any of the clients. That's what is our expertise. But also looking at, you know, this entire point that you spoke about on sort of building projects for the social sector and for the CSR financing. I mean, like we've been working with, and of course that's how we met. I think there's a huge focus now, even within the social space, and that's where I'm coming from, where we are trying to build projects with self-sustaining revenue streams. Correct. And we also want, you know, to work with financiers who come and say, you know what, it's perfectly fine, we'll put in some initial funding, but after that, you need to demonstrate that your project is actually financially sustainable. And I think Absolutely. That should be, you know, that should be the sort of bar that we set for ourselves as an industry, because the time when, you know, donor money was available for the social projects is pretty much over. So with that, I think our time's up, and I'd like to thank the organizers. Thank you so much for having us, and thank you so much for engaging with us in this very, very interesting conversation. Thank you, Mona ma'am. Thank you, Sapna. Really great, you know, conversation. Thank you.
Well, I must congratulate all of you. Thank you very much for your valuable insights. Could I please encourage all of you to kindly come forward for a quick picture and to present a small token of appreciation on behalf of Urban Infra Group, requesting Dr. Vinod Shah, Chief Operating Officer, Urban Infra Group, to kindly join us on the stage. Please, in the front, please. Thank you very much. Thank you, ladies. Well, what a fantastic beginning to the day 2 of the RailTrans Expo 2025. With this, we are now headed towards technical presentations. To talk about Infineon Technologies Power Solution IGBT SIC for India's future mobility. Joining us on stage is the Senior Principal Engineer, Industrial and Consumer Power at Infineon Technologies. Please put your hands together for Dr. Kwok Ma.
Thank you for the introduction and thank you for joining this section. I'm very happy to have the financing section before a technical section because for two reasons. Technology always needs finance, okay? No money, no technology. So therefore, it's good that the concept of finance is put before so that people understand why we need more money to invest in the finance. And second point is also important is technology bring back revenue. The revenue that technology bring back should also be recognized in the finance model. So therefore also count it into the total cost calculation. So that is a kind of opening. Okay. So today my topic is talking about next generation of power semiconductor driving next generation of train. Okay. So I'm going to explain next generation of power semiconductor in railway. I'm coming from Infineon. So probably you may not heard about the name Infineon, which is very understandable. And probably you may also not understand why we talk about semiconductor in train. Okay, so some simple and important explanation. Infineon is one of the biggest semiconductor manufacturer in Europe. So we are based in Germany. Our headquarters is in Munich, but we are very global. So we have office, sales office, technical lab, manufacturing location all over the world. And in India, we have office in Bangalore, Delhi, and Pune. So we are doing all the different type of semiconductors covering safety and security, industrial, power, and automotive. So my division is working on power semiconductor. And actually, Infineon is the biggest power semiconductor manufacturer in the world. So why we talk about power semiconductor in this context? The reason is also very simple. Nowadays, in a modern society, everything works with power. It starts from your mobile phone, with your computer, and at your home with the air conditioner, with your washing machine. And when you go out, you drive an electric vehicle, and you need electric vehicle charging. And we talk about renewable energy that come from the wind turbine, as we hear the presentation yesterday. And we also talk about power transmission. So all these are power. And to control this power that can change from megawatt to gigawatt, you need power semiconductor. So that is the background for today's presentation. And today, most of the semiconductor is made of silicon. So silicon is the basis for the semiconductor today, including power semiconductor. But there is a big revolution in power semiconductor technology that is underway, what we call wide bandgap power semiconductor. This is completely changing the game by using very unique material which offers very surprisingly good behavior that allow us to make power semiconductor that can switch faster with lower loss and higher blocking capability. And that is the basis for the use of such semiconductor into railway application. So before the PowerPoint, I can also briefly explain. So the key benefit of power semiconductor is switching. So we switch to control power. Thank you. Okay, finally it comes. So we're just at the right point. Okay, so this is how power semiconductor is used in every part of the application. So you see consumer application like phones or computer. You see industrial applications like motor drive, electric vehicle, and then renewable energy. And then you see always we have a trade-off between power and frequency. So the faster you switch, the lower power. And train, railway is a very high power application. So therefore you see on the top left corner, you see the railway's logo here. The use of wide bandgap device allow us to switch much faster, nearly 10 times faster than today. And that is the motivation why we want to use silicon carbide device in railway application. The benefit that can bring from silicon carbide device is it can switch faster with lower loss. So therefore, we can use this device to make converter which is smaller and lighter. We can also use this benefit to drive higher power. It all depends on the design of the train. So this is showing the functional block diagram in a train propulsion system where you have the input circuit that take either AC power or DC power from the catenary, and then you have the transformer or filter circuit, and then with a rectifier. On the output side, you have the motor circuit with inverter to drive the PMSM motor in the bogie. And in certain multi-system, you may have DC or using battery to drive the train, so you may have a hybrid circuit. In all this system, when we using silicon carbide device, you can generate the benefit of lower switching loss, lighter and smaller converter, and lower noise. So therefore, this benefit will be reflected into the train's performance and comfort. So the use of silicon carbide device is already being understood by many of the traction company and also railway operator. So the question is just to prove it, to demonstrate. So therefore, you can already find many reports from different company to test one trains, different type of train using silicon carbide. So for example, a few years ago, Siemens have joined with Infineon to use 3.3 kilowatt silicon carbide module in a tram in Munich. They trial one for 1 year, and then their operational manager concluded that it saved them about 10% electricity and also give very good passenger experience of much quieter operation of the train. And meanwhile, they're also trying silicon carbide on their hydrogen train, which is also demonstrating the benefit of high efficiency, lower weight, and also simplified cooling system design. And also in Sweden, Bombardier has also tried silicon carbide in their metro subway, and they quantify even the benefits of efficiency, weight, and size. I think the last example is of the most important reason to India. Talk about the high-speed train project from Bombay to Ahmedabad. The Shinkansen train is also reported their test results using silicon carbide device. Again, the common benefit of lower weight, higher power density, and also more efficient cooling system design was understood. Okay, so this device characteristic of power semiconductor is translated into tangible benefit to a railway propulsion system. For example, you see the inverter designed using silicon carbide device is typically 20% smaller than the traditional IGBT-based design. The higher switching frequency allow either higher output power, lower power loss, or smaller system design. And the low loss also bring in additional benefit of user comfort because you need less cooling effort. For example, smaller fan, and also there's less vibration in the motor and the converter. So therefore, the noise, the audible noise in the train compartment will also be lower. So therefore, this is of particular importance for passenger train or metro subway. So we can quantify this benefit because you see on the right hand side, you have the frequency axis in the x-axis and the power on the vertical axis. So the use of silicon carbide device allow both higher switching frequency and higher output power. So we can then map this into the design of a propulsion converter as an area for improvement. So that means you can use this benefit provided by silicon carbide device to improve either your system or your propulsion system power. So how to translate it? Because different railway or different railway application or even different railway operator and customer, they have different preference or different status. So therefore, all this benefit can capture the different voice or expectation of customer. So you will often have some conservative customer that, I don't want to change. My system is very good. So I can try to plug and play the new device to see what happens. So which is the number two here. Even you don't do anything. You are number 2. You are very conservative. You don't make any change. By changing from silicon device to silicon carbide device, you already gain. You gain in energy. You gain in power. You gain in operation costs because of the energy saving by silicon carbide. Okay, if you are performance driven, so for example, if you want to develop a locomotive that can drive even more heavy load, then you can go for higher output current, which is the number 3. Okay, you can deliver the same train with higher power using silicon carbide. Or you want to deliver the highest performance in the train by packing more devices together. Then you switch at higher switching frequency, put them more in parallel, and then you deliver the higher power at the smaller size. So all the different expectations can be put into this triangle of improvement. Okay. So while I have been talked a lot about, while I've been talked about a lot on performance, one thing that is always most important in railway application is reliability. So, sorry. Yes, okay. So one thing that is very important is reliability. So I think if you participate the presentation yesterday, you will listen to one of our speaker telling that the total cost of running a railway system, 50% is maintenance. So this is very, very important because a train will run for 20 to 30 years. Along the way, any disruption on operation will cause maintenance costs. So therefore, lifetime and reliability is critically important in railway application. And reliability is not by chance. You have very strict science and technology behind to achieve high reliability. So let's start from the very beginning. Start from a chip. The chip on the top bottom is the basic unit of a power semiconductor that do switching. The failure rate requirement is extremely low. We are talking about few failure per billion hour. Billion, 10 to minus 9. Okay. You may wonder why we need such a high reliability. Okay, then we do the step up. We can't make a device by just one chip. We need many chips together to make a module. So for example, in the second column, which is typically a IHV module used in the locomotive or in the metro subway. In such module, you have 36 chips. So therefore, the failure rate will be roughly 100 fit, that means 100 failure per billion hour, which translates into thousands of years, again, which is very long, or regarding MTBF. But you need many of these modules to construct traction converter, so typically 14 to 20. So that means then the MTBF, mean time between failure of a traction converter, is in the range of hundreds of years. And for a EMU, like a high-speed train, you have 16 or 8 sections, then you need one traction converter for each EMU. So therefore, the MTBF is about 15 years. So, and for an operator like the Delhi Metro or Bangalore Metro or the National Indian Railway, where you're running hundreds or even thousands of trains, you need to this type of MTBF for 15 years of the train to have a maintenance period of say few months or few period. So therefore you really need a very, very high reliability for the power semiconductor to control and minimize your maintenance costs. So how to achieve reliability? Okay. So as I say, reliability is a subject which is very difficult to demonstrate and also to develop because it takes long time. So here I show you one example which is from my customer in Korea. About 10 years ago, they come to me, they want to understand the fuel reliability, fuel health of the power device for the passenger train running in Korea. So therefore they take out one of the working train, take out the power semiconductor module, send to Infineon for analysis. They want to know how healthy is this module. So therefore we perform the same analysis, just like a failure module. So therefore you see in the right hand side, we cut away the module, checking all the mechanical construction, and we go deeper in checking the solder joint contact, and we use ultrasound microscopy to check the solder joint connection, which I show in the middle and the right hand side. So maybe you can only see that there's some small cracking, which I show as a pointer. That is the worst part of it. So therefore we see some small cracking. And on the right hand side, you see the base plate, which is perfectly okay. So if I use a general statement, I would say the age of this device is still a teenager after working 10 years in field. So this example demonstrates what a highly reliable semiconductor module should look like for railway application. Okay. So how to achieve this? Okay. So to achieve this high reliability, you need packaging technology. And especially when we are moving to the next generation of power semiconductor using silicon carbide, you need a new technology to achieve an even higher level of lifetime and reliability. The packaging technology that Infineon developed is called .xt, which is using copper. So copper is a very rare packaging technique used in semiconductor, and copper can allow the highest conductivity and also the strongest bonding. We all use sintering instead of soldering to connect the chip to the substrate, because sintering can create the strongest bonding between the silicon carbide chip to the substrate. So with all this technique, we are able to achieve a power cycling lifetime 10 times higher than before. So according to the normal operation, we can foresee that this module can operate 40 years in field. Another example illustrating the importance of knowledge in reliability is, because silicon carbide is a new technology, that some of the failure mode is different from silicon. So Infineon identifies such failure mode, and we publish our knowledge in scientific paper. And at the same time, we also publish application notes telling our customer how to design the power device such that you can minimize such failure. And at the same time, we push this knowledge into the standardization organization to put this as a standard way to test and qualify silicon carbide devices. So therefore, on the right-hand side, you see the latest standard published by JEDEC. By the way, JEDEC is the international standard organization for semiconductor reliability. So the JEDEC standard is using Infineon approach to test and qualify the aging of the gate by the same testing method. So the key message of my talk today is silicon carbide device is a new and revolutionary technology that can switch much faster than the silicon power device today. And by that, it can reduce the energy loss, increase the switching frequency to reduce the size and the weight, and also reduce audible noise. And the designer can take advantage of all these benefits to fit the application. And the use of .XC technology with copper metallization and sintering will increase the lifetime to 40 years. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for quenching our thirst and adding to our pool of knowledge. With the same, requesting Mr. Surya Shah, Executive Director at Urban Infra Group, to kindly join us on the stage to present a small token of appreciation on our behalf. Also requesting the entire team to kindly join us on the stage for this special moment. और वो हिंदी में कहते हैं कि तालियों पर जीएसटी नहीं लगता, तालियां टैक्स फ्री हैं, तो ज़रा दिल खोल कर बजाएं. That was Dr. Kwok, Senior Principal Engineer, Industrial and Consumer Power at Infineon Technologies. Quickly on to the next one. Industry 4.0. Driver to safe and smart tunneling under urban infrastructure. Joining us on stage is the Joint General Manager, Civil at Delhi Metro Rail Corporation, DMRC. Please put your hands together for Mr. Saurabh Sharma.
Thanks a lot, ma'am. Esteemed dignitaries and all my friends from tunneling fraternity and everywhere else. A very good morning to all. And since I have been given 10 minutes, so I will be rushing through. But no worries, you will be getting the crux of my presentation. That's Industry 4, the driver to safe and smart tunneling and urban infrastructure. What's Industry 4? We will be going through. See, now that would be the agenda of the whole presentation. That's the urban imperative. Why we tunnel? Why tunneling is now becoming more and more common in urban infrastructure, and what's the necessity to do that? Then traditional tunneling, key challenges. When I say traditional here, it doesn't mean the traditional means 40 years ago or 50 years ago, or I am talking about the basic NATM approach. This traditional means what we were doing 7 years ago. Now it has become traditional. Then the next one is introducing Industry 4, how it is helpful to tunneling, key technologies which are in action, the benefits, and the case study. With this, I will come to my conclusion. Now, why we tunnel in cities? So, as far as our requirement for tunnel is concerned, I would like to make you aware that tunneling in any area is almost 4 to 5 times costlier than elevated structures and all those things. But still, we do tunneling. Reason? We have, like in a city like Delhi, we are not left with any space. Then, if we have a state capital or a national capital, we cannot do urban this elevated infrastructure everywhere, because there is a skyline, the urban skyline, which should not be tampered with. So tunneling is an integral part of all the big cities of the world, and as far as current scenario is concerned, now tunneling is the future of this country. Almost all other countries are saturated with this. In India, it's the new fashion. It is essential for mass transit, utilities, and subterranean highways. Then tunneling is the only viable solution to expand infrastructure in dense urban environment. I have already told. What are the traditional challenges? Even in today, most of the projects, underground projects that we execute, comes with these challenges. First one, safety risk. Second, geological surprises. Third, project inefficiency. And fourth is cost and schedule overruns. If you join the dots, these are subsequent, one by one. They come one by one. First, during the execution stage, you have a bad planning, you get geological surprises, which leads to safety risks, which leads to project inefficiency, and then at the end of the project, it leads to cost overruns, time overruns, and claims and arbitrations at the later stage. Now, what's Industry 4? Industry 4 is simply something which IT and smart tech has given to the infrastructure sector, which we are yet to adopt. The key pillars of Industry 4 are Internet of Things and sensors, smart sensors, AI and ML, big data and cloud computing, digital twins, and robotics and automation. So, all these basically IoT, AI, ML, digital twins, robotics and automation, everything revolves around that big data and cloud computing. This is like 4 things coming into one, and here we get a tree structure. In one sentence, Industry 4 is the fusion of physical world with the digital world while executing any project in infrastructure. I think the figure tells us everything. Challenges added with the Industry 4, we get most of the solutions. So, how we have to change our thinking? From reactive, it has to become proactive and predictive. Here, my AI, ML, all IoT, sensors, everything would come to help. From manual, it has to go automated and optimized, which will help us in having less of safety risks. Here again, if we are more proactive and predictive, automatically our safety would be more, and automatically we will incorporate the robotics as required to get into automation and optimization. Then from guesswork to data driven decisions. Now this last option, that from guesswork to data driven decisions, once we have the data with us, we can analyze it the way we want, and eventually it will lead us to better project efficiency and lesser of the disputes after the project. Digital twin is nothing but a future infrastructure that would be as built. It is like pre-built 4D model or 3D model on the computer, where you can just envision what would be there after 5 years, 6 years, 10 years. We can simulate anything over this model, and that's the best thing about that. Then IoT and sensor. Why I have written the neural network? For us, what we say, these are our nerves, the neural network of the human being. IoT and sensors are the new neural network of the infrastructure field. We get all the information through these IoT and sensors, which we can upload over the digital twin and get the analytics done. These are some of the examples. TBM cutter head pressure that can be basically retrieved through the sensors, ground settlement markers, ground settlements and water pressure, air quality and gas detection, stress and strain. So what's happening is that essentially there are a few constraints in underground work. Sometimes we are not unable to reach the site, access that point where we want to take the reading. So these sensors work at that point. Plus there are some locations where we don't want to go. They may be unsafe to go. There also, again, these sensors would be coming to help. Now, AI/ML. AI/ML is something we are basically every day we are listening about AI, whether it's bad or good. I don't know whether it's bad or good, but it's everything. I was writing the new God, but I just stopped short of writing that. So it's almost the next to God. It knows everything, it does everything, it analyzes everything. It has everything which we can get in this conference, out of this conference in the world. So it's learning every day, every second, and with every prediction, every learning, it's going smarter and smarter. Within next 5 years, it's not a means even we can see it happening that within next 5 years, our geological prediction would be 100% correct. So it would not be any more the prediction thing. It would be this is a geological state and you have to work upon that. Robotics. Again, it's generally TBM tunneling is far safer, so I would not say that it's related to TBM tunneling, but it's more important when we go in tunneling in Himalayas and other terrains, which is generally NATM tunneling, or the tunneling by conventional methods, where human beings have to make access towards the risky areas, those risky zones. So there we are having now every day we are having new machines which can go there, and they can be controlled from a remote location through remote controllers. So it's becoming safer day by day. Geological information system. It's one of my basically most favorite topics. The more we know about geology, the less we will need to know about the arbitration. If we can predict the geology, 90% of arbitration would be gone. I think many of you would have listened about geophysical investigation and how much money we invest in. The standard global set by the International Tunneling Association and other global agencies is that we should spend at least 3 to 6% on these tests. But unfortunately, globally, nobody is spending this much. It's hardly 1.2 to 1.8%, 2% maximum. In India, it goes to maximum 0.8%, 0.6%. With this, we cannot predict the strata as we want. So GIS is something that, okay, geotechnical we have, geophysical data we have, now we have to integrate it. Here comes AI ML. We at DMRC are already working upon that. We are trying to simulate those things. So once we are able to basically get AI to integrate all the data and analyze and provide a very optimized result from all the machines, I think all those basically predictions and percentages would go away, and we would be having a straight answer to what's lying beneath. Then drone survey. We know what's below, we know what's above. All guesswork gone. AR, VR, this is something which is the future. Basically, it has nothing to do, not too much to do with the execution part, but it has more to do with the training part. Why to spend millions and millions of rupees training somebody over those machines which are extremely costly and which lead to a lot of destruction to environment, like a shortcutting machine. If I am training a person to shortcut, then I am spending my CMA and I am spending my everything. I am damaging the environment. I am doing a whole lot of things which I don't want to do. I buy a simulator and I can simulate those shortcutting practice for hours and hours to a trainee, and that's fine with us. Now that's something, the cloud which brings data together over an integrated system. So all these things when come together shall be the future project management system. We have already begun the advancing towards that, but this would be something where we would end. Means the only human intervention would probably be in this room. Or might be even AI can take that. So we don't know. What it leads to? For me, if I have to submit my profile, I would simply write one thing: zero fatality rate throughout my career. If we can give safety to somebody, I think that project is the best. So if we can provide safety to my human resource, at any cost, that cost is nothing. So it provides safety to our people. It provides health to them. Safety is not about a person was killed or not. Safety is about what would happen to his health after 30 years. So safety, health and environment. Now everything is about sustainability. So all these three are taken care of, means they are optimized actually. Then faster, cheaper and better. This slide I would just like to explain without going through the slide. See what AI is doing. AI, as we know, the work I need to do in 30 minutes, AI does in 30 seconds or even 0.3 seconds. So similar way, if I am now I might need to spend some time on R&D. But one thing is sure, once that product is out, your time for the project execution would be drastically reduced. The cost would be drastically reduced because in any 1,000 crores project, there are around 150 crores of arbitration costs. That is 15%, minimum 15 to 20% goes in arbitration cost. We have to hire advocates and all those things. There's an additional cost. Now, if I spend even 5%, 3%, 4%, and the most 6% as ITA says, even if I spend 6% on my preliminary investigation works, that is 10% cheaper than what I should have done. I mean, I am actually doing day in and day out, paying to contractors for something. And even here also, it's not about cost only. My project is delayed by years and nobody is responsible. Even the contractor is not responsible, we are not responsible. The whole system is responsible because we were saving something and we were delaying something which should have been done 5 years ago. So it is required. Then, okay, I am saying even we are in a very nascent stage, but at DMRC we have tried to begin somewhere. So in our project, one of the projects which I am looking after as a project manager, we are having a few stations in which the geological strata is, I think, one of the worst we have seen in the country or in Delhi so far. Okay. So the thing is that we are using GIS, drone survey, BIM. We are using drone survey, then GIS, then BIM, then BEAM for real-time geology sensor, which is integrated with TBM, and it's the first time done in the country. Then we are modeling for Sadar Bazaar station as training module and IoT and smart devices. Sorry, my time has overrun, so I'll have to stop that. But that's something which you can discuss with me through the mail. That's my mail ID. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sharma, joining us on stage to present a small token of appreciation on our behalf for your valuable insights and your time is the Chief Operating Officer at Urban Infra Group. Please welcome Dr. Vinod Shah. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I must encourage everyone to take a deep breath. Inhale and exhale. Consider ourselves, lucky to be present in this moment at this platform, as in an absolute short while, we together are to witness the Honorable Prime Minister's dream project being unveiled on this very stage. Ladies and gentlemen, I am talking about the first commercial Hyperloop project in India To talk about the roadmap of India's future mobility with Hyperloop technology, well, this is quite an exciting segment, and I must encourage everyone to offer their loudest cheer, loudest round of applause as we proceed with it, as in an absolute short while, for the very first time in India, we are to witness the first commercial Hyperloop project. Joining us on stage is the lead business development at TuTr Hyperloop, IIT Madras. Please put your hands together for Mr. Aditya Khakse.
Good morning, everyone. So, quite a fancy topic. I am sure you must all have heard a lot about it in the recent media coverages and everything. I'll quickly go through what exactly are we doing at IIT Madras, what till now what we have done, what's the roadmap ahead. And this is an exciting thing to announce that we'll be launching after a lot of R&D at IIT, the world's first commercial cargo project at a major port in India. So I'll just quickly go through. So I am an alumni of Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya, formerly known as National Rail and Transportation Institute. I have been associated with TuTr Hyperloop, which is a deep tech incubated startup at IIT Madras since the last 1.5 years. I'll quickly go through what we are. So like I said, we are a deep tech startup at IIT Madras, and our vision is to deliver safe, affordable and convenient on-demand transport that is good for the planet and for the pocket. This is what we've been building at the IIT Madras Discovery Campus. It's a 450-meter Hyperloop subscale facility, jointly being funded by Ministry of Railways, and also with the kind support of all our partners, ArcelorMittal, L&T, Tube Investment, Ansys, Dassault, Hindalco, Tata Steel. Everyone has done their bit for this project of national importance. And we have successfully completed the vacuum testing. We have successfully completed the pod testing. Now we are currently going ahead to test the full scale deployment of the all three technologies, which is linear induction motor, maglev and vacuum in this tube. Is this video playing? Okay, so I think this is just a short video of the facility. So this is a very initial phase where the facility was being built. Now it's been completed. So this was the recent visit by the Honorable Railway Minister to our facility, where we demonstrated him our pod, which is approximately 1.5 ton, one of the heaviest in the world. And the facility which we are the Railway Board has recently sanctioned the extension of the facility, and we can claim it to be one of the world's largest facility for testing and development of Hyperloop technologies. So I'll talk about the founding team here. The three co-founders who built TuTr from the scratch in the year 2022. TuTr was incorporated on 14th February 2022 at IIT Madras under both of the incubators. One of the co-founders, Dr. Arvind Bharadwaj, is the former Chief Technology Officer of Mahindra & Mahindra, coming with a vast industry experience from Ashok Leyland and other companies. Professor Satya Chakravarti is a professor and coordinator of at IIT Madras in Department of Aerospace Engineering. He also has 6 other startups who is the co-founder of Galaxy, Agnikul, which launched India's first private space rocket from Sriharikota, and E-Plane, which is building India's first air taxi. And Mr. Balaji Rangachari, he was a former SVP in Mahindra Finance. So we have divided the technology into 3 phases. Essentially, one is a prerequisite for another to build Hyperloop. To start with linear induction motor, followed by maglev, and the third, which we call Hyperloop, is vacuum. Interesting thing is, in India, since there is nothing such as high speed we can call in compared to the West world, we have found business cases for all 3: linear propulsion, maglev, and vacuum. So it's like we have spread it across timelines. LIM, which is already 7 countries are implementing that in the 7 countries. Metros in 7 countries are actually running on LIM. So we are immediately starting with LIM to commercially deploy in India, followed by maglev, and then with vacuum. So these are the 3 generations of pod that we have built at IIT Madras. This was the initial one. This is the second one. Third is the pod which is capable of all the 3 technologies that I mentioned and which we're going to run soon. So this you can see our testing facility. This the left side is static levitation. The right side is linear propulsion. So going forward, the approach that we have taken for deployment of Hyperloop technology in India is our initial focus will be on cargo because less regulatory issues and basically it will be easy for us to test and trial in cargo before going to passenger. So we'll have our own learnings. Second is technology modularization. Like I told you, we have divided the technology into 3 parts. Then our infrastructure. The track that we build for LIM can also be capable for maglev. So you don't need a separate infrastructure for maglev further. Then we are taking a consortium approach. It is clear that we cannot do this alone, so we will need help of industry partners. So we have partnered with a lot of industry players, which I'll talk about later. And then customer-inspired applications. So we have found a lot of interesting applications within India, be it ports, be it airports, be it defense, or be it mining, where this technology can be implemented to enhance the efficiency, safety, and the cost factor, which is currently one of the major driver for all these things. And last is frugal engineering, which India is famous for. Compared to the West, we are the most cost-friendly company and the technology that is done. What we have built here, we have done it in a fraction of cost what the Europeans and the people from USA have done. Like I cannot even compare the cost, and the quality and the efficiency is exactly the same. So our aim in the next decade is to go through a full stack technology for passenger deployment, which is actually 10 years. So we don't want to wait till 10 years to just start generating revenue. We want to start generating revenue right now. That is why we are going with cargo, which has a lot of customers. Again, like the previous speaker talked about digital twin, we have ourselves built a team of digital twin for deployment in Hyperloop and Indian Railways. It has been driven by our Chief Information Officer, Mr. Karthik Sundaram, and IIT Madras alumni, who comes with 30 years of industry experience, who's building this along with our team in IIT Madras. Some of the key focus areas which we want to focus in for Indian Railways as such. Like Hyperloop is there for future, but right now we want to start something. So best thing, we start with railways, and then in future we go to Hyperloop whenever it comes. So this is like a consortium approach that we are planning to take ahead in this journey. Like I said, we cannot do this alone, so we are having multiple partners who we are tying up with, and it's the best way to move forward for taking the academia, the industry, the government all together. This is the Hyperloop global landscape on which company is working where. It started with US. Now the focus has been shifted to Europe, and some work has been done in China, and we are doing it in India. What our aim is, we don't want to follow the West. This has been a traditional thing for us Indians to follow what the West build. We says we'll build our standards, we'll build our policies, and we'll ask the West to take or follow it. That's why we've been making it a aim to implement this as soon as possible, work with the government to standardize this and put in a policy for this. And this, I'll make it very clear on this stage, we will not follow the West on this. It's like a slave mentality that we're trying to get out of, where we follow the West and implement whatever they give us, and it's like basically that drives the cost up. So that is our aim, Atmanirbhar Bharat, what we call. So this is the first commercial project that I was talking about. We are tying up with Deen Dayal Port Kandla to set up a Hyperloop ready test track from the berth to the storage area to transport loose goods and in future containers. So this is this project will kickstart in this coming month, and all the process and all have been completed, and we are just waiting for an official date to launch this project. I'm putting this out in public for the first time, but a very good bold step towards Atmanirbhar Bharat and Viksit Bharat. And a huge thanks to the chairman of Deen Dayal Port Kandla, whose belief in us made us come this far. Next is we have signed an MOU with Central Warehousing Corporation. Again, since CWC handles a lot of containers, So we will essentially be working with them to see how we can improve efficiency, drive down costs, and make sure that a new technology comes in. So we recently signed an MOU with them to see how this is currently in an initial stage, but the Dindal Port 1 is on a very advanced stage. These are some recent collaborations that we have formed with the industry, and like there are few more. So recently we are going to we signed an LOI with ThyssenKrupp Transrapid, which are the original manufacturers of maglev train in China. They have signed an LOI with us, and we are very soon going to sign an MOU with them to collaborate on developing the maglev technology more further. But basically our ecosystem is Tata Steel has been one of the initials backer, L&T has been one of the initials backer. They have been constructing the Hyperloop facility in IIT Madras Discovery Campus. They have not charged a penny yet, doing it magnificently. Out of the whole board is supportive. Sistra we recently tied up with, and some of the previous Hyperloop companies who we tied up with, but it is like when we tied up, it was more like a very initial development stage. Now it is more like everyone is taking each other as competitor because the technology readiness level has increased. So yeah, that was all. Thank you so much, and I think my time is up. So I'll take any questions which are there later. You can just, okay, so I'll take a question. Can I take a question? Yeah, sure, please. Yes, sir. Yeah.
In the Deen Dayal Upadhyaya port,
Yes, sir.
what distance you plan to cover?
Sir,
And what tonnage you plan to
Okay.
move? Yeah.
Good. Sir, the first, we have divided it into two phases. The first phase is a 1 kilometer pilot from the berth to the gate of the port area, which is the custom bounded area. So that will be a first 1 kilometer pilot where we'll prove the technology. It will be like a technology demonstrator. And the second phase will be for 16 kilometers, which will be from the berth to a storage yard, which is far away from the port. So essentially, we'll drive down the turnaround time, bring down the cost, and there is a lot of congestion in the port. We'll make it green. So these are some advantages. And the tonnage that we are eyeing is 40 ton. Per pod can carry a 40 ton on-demand pod. It will be an on-demand pod. Whenever you want, it will come. Whenever you want, it will go. It will be an automated pod, and it will be like we'll program it such a way that it will come and go.
So within 1 month, you will be carrying 40 tons.
No, sir. Within 1 month, we'll start the project.
Nee, what tonnage would you carry?
Sir, we are eyeing for 40 ton.
No, within 1 month.
Oh, no, not within 1 month.
Within 1 month, how much? 1 ton, 2 ton? How much are you carrying?
Sir, project will not complete in 1 month.
No. You are saying you are
Oh,
starting.
you
You are starting 1 kilometer.
Okay. Starting.
Over that 1 kilometer,
Okay.
what?
Yeah,
What
starting, sir,
tonnage are you
the
moving?
technology demonstrator is 1 ton.
1 ton.
Yeah.
Okay. And this 16 kilometer, 1 ton is nothing.
Yeah.
ठीक है? This 16 kilometers, you hope to commission in what time frame?
Sir, once this first phase is completed and the technology is demonstrated, the second phase will be this. So we are eyeing to complete the 16 kilometer within 18 months.
Within 18 months?
Yes.
Okay. At that time, you will be transporting 40 tons per container.
Sir, essentially that area transport loose cargo. So it won't be a container, it will be carrying loose cargo.
Okay. And
Yeah.
what tonnage?
Sir, 40. We are building it for 40.
Achha. And loose cargo will be transported in what? You need some container or something? No?
No, sir. It will be like a capsule.
You will have a capsule.
Yeah, it will be a capsule.
Okay. So in the capsule, you will put the loose cargo.
Yeah. So essentially what happens now is the ship comes and they just drop the whatever salt, wheat is there, they just drop it in the berth. It is
Okay.
like open. The
Okay.
truck comes, a crane lifts it and put it in the truck and the truck goes.
Okay.
Now what will happen is the loose cargo will come in the capsule and we'll have like a mechanism in the capsule which offloads it when it reaches at a point.
So each capsule will carry 40 tons?
Yes.
Achha. Okay. Thank you.
And what speed will you achieve in this Hyperloop?
Sir, initially we are eyeing 100 km per hour.
100 kilometers per hour.
Yeah.
So then
It will not be like a Hyperloop. It will just be a linear induction motor based system. We have a Hyperloop ready track. but the system will be only linear induction motor based, like the 3 technologies that I talked about, right? Sir, actually I'm low on time.
See, the initial Hyperloops were hyped at 500,000 kilometers
Yes, sir, yes,
per
sir.
hour.
Correct.
So 100 kilometers per hour, then what makes it different? Why can't it just be an LRT or a metro?
I'll tell you, sir. I'll tell you.
What's this
I'll
thing?
quickly,
Or will it go to 500?
No, I'll tell you, sir. I'll quickly close this. The track is essentially been built to be maglev ready. We are not implementing all 3 technologies in one time. We are starting with limb first. I showed 3 technologies, right? So the first one is what we are implementing now. It can be designed up to 200 km per hour, but considering the distance what we are going now for 1 kilometer, we have capped it to 100. In future, we can take it up to 400, the same track. No, we can take, sir, we do.
Hello. Why do you need a Hyperloop? Why do you need the
We are
vacuum
not
capsule?
building the tube, sir. It is just an open track. We are not building a tube.
So then it is a simple maglev, it's not a Hyperloop.
No. That's why I'm clearing this. It is not. It is like a Hyperloop technology. It is without tube.
It's not a Hyperloop.
It is not a Hyperloop.
It's basically a maglev.
Maglev. Linear induction motor based
So
maglev ready
why
track.
are we calling it Hyperloop?
Sir, essentially it is a prerequisite for Hyperloop, and we can scale it up to Hyperloop in future if we want. Like today, the requirement is for limb. We can only go for 100, 200. Tomorrow, if someone needs 400, we can use the same infrastructure to go 400. If someone needs Hyperloop in that, we can use the same infrastructure to go Hyperloop. I cannot promise you to deliver it within the next 2-3 years. I can promise you to deliver it in the next decade. But I cannot wait for the next decade to start generating revenue. I need to generate my revenue now to show it. In India, this is a classic example. Everyone wants everything in 10 minutes. Fast delivery apps. It takes time. So we are starting with something to reach somewhere. That's the whole point.
Excuse me, sir. You have mentioned that you have done installation for 43 kilometer line in India for Hyperloop.
No. Who said, sir?
I misunderstood, I think.
No, sir. I think that is some news that came flying. That is not, I don't.
Ladies and gentlemen, my sincerest apologies for interjecting. How about we limit the question and answer session to not stating your opinion, but rather actually asking questions relevant to the presentation, right?
Okay, anyway, so if anyone has any questions, they can take up with me later. I am here only. Thank you so much.
And to present a small token of appreciation on our behalf, please welcome Dr. Vinod Shah, Chief Operating Officer at Urban Infra Group. Well, it's safe to say that the beauty of conclaves and conferences lies in the Q&A sessions. That was fiery and informative. Big thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Amidst all the technological advancement, all the innovation, one key aspect rules them all: sustainability. To talk about driving sustainable mobility solutions, joining us on stage is the AVP Sales and Distribution at Jindal Stainless Limited. Please put your hands together for Mr. Ranit Rana.
Good afternoon, everybody, and I can see a large number. So before I start, let me thank Aditya for this very wonderful presentation on Hyperloop, because that's going to be a futuristic, innovation, I would say. And I hope that, we graduate from carrying cargoes to passengers in the shortest span of time. Okay. Coming to my presentation, so I'll be basically focusing on driving sustainable solutions. And as you can see from the pictures, it's related to the entire ART segment. So ART in stainless lingo, it means automotive, railways, and transport. Now, yesterday there was a lot of discussions on decarbonization, and Mr. Abhijit Sinha, he basically pointed out the criticality of this concept. And let me tell you, today the world is facing an existential threat. Existential threat in the sense that, we are extremely concerned about global warming. As you can see from, the graph on the right, even a 1.5 degree, increase in the temperature can have catastrophic, catastrophic effects. And I was just reading through, in 2024, the rise in temperature has gone almost 1.7 degrees centigrade. And if you look at the graph below, all this, the temperature rise, global warming, it's only because of the larger emission of carbon dioxide. So in my subsequent slides, we will try to demonstrate how you can reduce this carbon dioxide emissions in the ART segment with the use of the right material of construction. So this was, the COP 21 summit, where all the different countries took a target of becoming a net zero emitter. And as you can see, there are certain countries like the United States and Japan which had taken a target to become a net zero carbon emitter by 2050. Russia, China at 2060, and India at 2070. And if you look at the carbon emissions, the transportation segment, plays a very key role. Railways, of course, it's on the lower side at 2%. But then when we look at the light duty vehicles, the freight trucks and buses, they contribute a substantial part. Indian Railways, I think they are the only organization to have a target of becoming a net zero carbon emitter by 2030. Organization in the sense, the only government organization, because I was trying to also find out if the ministry, the MORTH, has any such target, but I couldn't at this point in time. So, if we look at a study which was done by Grant Thornton, and they said that if we have to have a smart transportation, material selection is a critical factor. And when we look at material selection, there are three S, I would like to put it, 3S that we focus on. One is safety, savings, and sustainability. So my presentation today will focus on the sustainability aspect. Now, if we look at the stainless steel consumption, since I represent Jindal Stainless, so my presentation would be on stainless steel. Just wanted to give you a glimpse of the application of stainless steel both in the Western countries and in India. And I have highlighted the ART segment, that is the automotive, railways, and transport. In the Western countries, it's almost 15% of stainless steel, goes into this ART segment. Now, in India, it's about 1 to 3%. So there is still a huge potential of stainless steel consumption in India. Now, I'll take these segments in isolation, and I would try to demonstrate how utilizing stainless steel we could reduce the carbon dioxide emissions. So this is the Vande Bharat coach, and if you have visited our stall, you would have seen a miniature where we have utilized high strength austenitic stainless steel for fabrication of these Vande Bharat coaches, and that's what Indian Railways have also migrated towards. So, our thanks to Indian Railways on behalf of the stainless fraternity, that today almost 95% of all components used in railways are made out of stainless steel. Be it the passenger coaches, or be it the wagons which are carrying coal and iron ore, or the components, I would say, except for few, a handful few which you can count on your fingertips, all the others are made out of stainless steel. So where does the catch lie? The catch lies in the grade of stainless steel that we are using. Today we are using a grade called ferritic stainless steel, which is X2CrNi12 for fabrication of the coaches, and a variant of that for fabrication of the wagons. Now, if you look at the strength level of this particular grade, it's the yield strength, which is normally used for design applications. It's about 320 megapascal. Now, what we are proposing, and what I'm very pleased to mention that Indian Railways have started adopting, is a shift towards the high-strength austenitic stainless steels like 201, 301, and in some cases, lean duplex as well, that is 2101. Now, why we are proposing that? Because as you can see, the strength level increases by almost 2 or 3 times. And when you have this higher strength level, when you have the higher strength level, there is a massive potential of weight reduction and therefore, energy efficiency, reducing the carbon dioxide emission. And not only strength, it's a bit technical, that if you look at the chemical composition of these grades, for stainless steel, it's the percentage of chromium, the Cr percentage, or the nitrogen presence, which really imparts the corrosion resistance. The grades that we are proposing, as you can see, they've all got a higher percentage of chromium, a higher percentage of nitrogen. So what happens is, the longevity, the durability of these coaches, of these wagons increase. If today the caudal life of the coaches and wagons is 35 years, utilizing these grades, you can easily run them for 40, 50 years at almost, zero maintenance. Now this is, an analysis which we had done for the Vande Bharat coaches, that utilizing these high-strength stainless steel, a combination of this high-strength austenitic stainless steel and duplex, what is the weight reduction that could possibly be achieved? And as you can see, it comes to almost 5 metric ton per coach, which is again, 2 times higher than what aluminium can offer at 1/3 the cost. Now, this is the crux of the presentation. This is a study which was done by the International Aluminium Institute, and it was supported by the European Aluminium Institute, Heidelberg. So it was a very detailed study which they had done, and they had tried to, determine or analyze what's the carbon dioxide savings that one can get depending upon the weight reduction. And for the passenger coaches, for the normal LHP coaches which you see, and with a 1000 kg weight reduction, for every 1000 kg weight reduction, the lifetime carbon dioxide savings comes to almost 180 tons. So when I say lifetime, it means today the caudal life is 35 years. Now, after this is a very simple calculation, which basically takes into account the carbon dioxide savings per ton of weight reduction over 35 years, and what's the weight reduction that we could achieve utilizing high strength stainless steel, and multiplying that by the number of passenger coaches which railways produces every year. So what we get is almost an annual savings of 2.3 lakh tons of carbon dioxide emissions. Similarly, if we look at the new generation of wagons which are coming out, the focus is again on increasing the the payload carrying capacity, reducing the tear weight, and also having a maintenance-free wagon for a caudal life of 35 years. So the requirement is for high-strength material, which is at the same time highly corrosion resistant. And here also, if you look at the current grade of stainless steel which Indian Railways is using, is called IRSM 44, that is Indian Railways specification material number 44, which is again a variant of 409M. Now what is 409M? In very layman's term, it is the base grade of stainless steel having the least chromium content of 11.5 to 12%. What we are proposing is a shift towards a high strength stainless steel like SS415, and as you can see, the strength, it becomes almost doubled. And below that, I have mentioned a lean duplex 2101, Because very recently, in December 2024, China, CRRC China started developing the wagons. In fact, they have already operationalized one rake of wagons utilizing this grade of stainless steel. Now, what are the benefits apart from the weight reduction? Again, higher corrosion resistance, and therefore, the longevity increases. And even when we look at the weight benefit, utilizing this high grade of stainless steel could give a weight reduction of almost 2 to 2.5 tons per wagon. So, we did a calculation of the various types of box wagons or the closed wagons and the flat wagons. And what could the potential weight reduction be utilizing these high-grade stainless steel? So it comes to about 2.6 metric ton per wagon. Now, again, when we analyze when we deduce the carbon dioxide savings that one can achieve per annum, depending upon the average annual production of these wagons, so it overall comes to about 2.63 lakh tons. And then, if we look at the railway segment as a whole, the total carbon dioxide savings per annum, it comes to 5 lakh tons. And when we multiply it with the codal life of 35 years, it comes to almost 18 million tons of carbon dioxide, of reduction in carbon dioxide emissions. This was a study which was done by Ernst & Young. They also looked at a typical box type of wagon, which you normally see carrying coal and iron ore. And what they found out was, in fact, they analyzed a wagon made out of stainless steel, a wagon made out of aluminium, and a wagon made out of carbon steel. And if you could see, what they found out was that a stainless steel wagon, it emits almost 16,500 tons of lesser carbon dioxide as compared to a carbon steel wagon, and a higher amount of carbon dioxide reduction in emissions as compared to an aluminium wagon. Now, moving on to the transportation segment, so it's not only in railways that they have adopted stainless steel, but we are seeing a huge traction coming in from the container segment. And I would request all of you to visit our stall, because we have put up a miniature of these road containers which are getting now fabricated in stainless steel. Again, the USPs of stainless steel are, of course, it is 2.5 times stronger, and therefore, the extra payload carrying capacity comes to almost 1,000 kg per container, and therefore the payback period is about 8 to 9 months. And similarly, for tippers as well, in the coal tipper segment, in salt carrying tippers, we are again seeing a gradual movement from carbon steel to stainless steel. Now, globally also, it's not a new phenomenon. In fact, buses in stainless steel started operating from 1940 onwards. We have the trucks, containers, load bodies, all made out of stainless steel. Not only the vehicles per se, but the components as well, like fuel tanks, exhaust, the bumpers, the heat shields, globally and in India also, few of these components are in stainless steel. Now, just to highlight some of the actual case studies that have happened in India. So CJ Darcel, one of the leading logistics providers in the country, they have put on road 50 lightweight stainless steel containers since August, September last year. And they are so happy with the performance, and they've got a weight reduction about 500 kgs. They are so happy with the performance that this year they are planning another 130 vehicles in stainless steel. Similarly, Agarwal Packers and Movers, they have been a big adopter of stainless steel for their containers as well. So the photograph that you see over here, it's the first APML container in high strength stainless steel. And this year they are planning conversion of 500 more such containers in high strength SS. Similarly, Transport Corporation of India, TCI, so that's the first stainless steel container which we fabricated for them. And the newest in this container segment is the fly ash container, which is again making use of a combination of this 200 series and the 400 series of stainless steel. So that's the latest addition. Now, when we look at the carbon dioxide savings for the heavy and light trucks as well, and we find that almost, the lifetime carbon dioxide savings comes to about 28 tons for every, 1000 kg weight reduction. And thereafter, we've looked at the weight reduction, which is possible with this high strength SS, and the volume, the annual production volume of these trucks. So it comes to the carbon dioxide savings per annum comes to almost 10 to 11 lakh tons. Similarly for buses as well, and we have put up a miniature miniature in our stall. So the superstructure of all electric buses, of the diesel buses, are now getting converted in stainless steel. And some of the major OEMs like Tata Motors, Ashok Leyland, JBM, Electra, Eka Mobility, they have either already fabricated such buses or in the prototype stage. So globally, again, as I was mentioning to you, it's not a new phenomenon. It started off in 1940, and now, as you can see, almost all the major OEMs in the world have adopted stainless steel for fabrication of their bus structures. So the grade that, again, which we propose, which we are recommending in India, it's called JT, J for Japan, T for Tamil Nadu, and in the BIS spec, it is called N7. And the USPs are, if you look at the yield strength of this JT tubes, it is 700 megapascal minimum. If you look at the GI tubes, which are currently available in the market, it is about 280 to 310. So it's almost 2.5 times, higher strength. And ARAI has also done some initial analysis, and what they found out was that the weight reduction comes to about 750 kg for an 11-meter long bus, which translates to almost 35% of the weight of the superstructure. But practically, Tata Motors and the others, they have got a weight reduction of 25%, 20 to 25%. Tata Motors got a weight reduction of 800 kg. The others have got a weight reduction of minimum 500 kg. So here again, when we do the calculation of carbon dioxide savings, so there are two types of buses which primarily run in India. One is the diesel city bus, and here, if you look at the lifetime carbon dioxide savings, it comes to almost 40 tons for every 1000 kg weight reduction. When you multiply it with the weight reduction that the customers have got, that the OEMs have got, that is about, I have taken the average of 500 kg per bus. So the carbon dioxide savings, it comes to about 1 lakh ton per annum. Again, when we look at the diesel coach buses, that is for the intercity travel, the lifetime carbon dioxide savings is about 70 tons for every 1 metric ton weight reduction. Again, multiplied by a weight reduction of 700 kg per bus and 30,000 numbers being produced per annum, the lifetime carbon dioxide savings comes to about 1.5 lakh tons. So when we look at the transportation segment, the bus segment, the lifetime, the carbon dioxide savings per annum, it comes to about 2.3 to 2.4 lakh tons. And summarizing, this is the last slide which I've got. So 2.4 million tons is the reduction in carbon dioxide emission that one can get for the diesel buses over the lifetime, that is 10 years of life. 10 million tons is the reduction in carbon dioxide emissions for diesel, medium and heavy vehicle trucks, again over 10 years of life. And 18 million tons is the reduction in carbon dioxide emission for railway coaches and wagons over 35 years of codal life. Now, what does that mean? So I've just cited one of the reports which came out in Indian Express, that was in 2021 September, and it was a study done by an UK-based agency along with Indian Railways, and they mentioned and they found out that if railways can achieve a 15 million tons of carbon dioxide emission, reduction of 15 million tons of carbon dioxide emissions, the savings could be 17,000 crores. I did not have any figures for the transportation segment, but I understand that it could be somewhere comparable. So you can understand, selection of the right material can lead to a humongous amount of savings. So green is the future, but again, as I would like to say, unless and until we make it a part of our everyday language, we cannot really appreciate the concept of decarbonization. So since some of the railway seniors are here, I would like to, put forth a suggestion that the tenders that railways come out with, why don't they have lowering of carbon footprint as one of the evaluation criteria? It's a thought that we would like to leave it to you, and because we feel that unless and that when and only we start discussing reduction in carbon footprint for every project, for every initiative that we undertake, that we can truly embrace the concept of decarbonization. Thank you.
I'm very sorry, sir, we're running out of time. 5 minutes extra in every presentation. How do I explain it to the final speaker with 60 minutes delay? Right? Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your thoughts with us. And to present a small token of appreciation, please welcome Dr. Vinod Shah, Chief Operating Officer at Urban Infra Group. Thank you very much. Could I please encourage everyone to empty out and stand? क्या मैं सभी से रिक्वेस्ट कर सकती हूँ कि अपने हाथ खाली करके ज़रा खड़े हो जाएं? सभी लोग, धन्यवाद. Well, we've all been seated since morning, I believe 9:30 a.m. And I believe that it is said that when we clap our hands together, it prompts blood circulation, pumping more oxygen and helping us focus better. So for the next 30 seconds, I must encourage everyone to clap their hands as loud as they can, starting on the count of 3, 2, 1. Come on! Louder, louder, louder. Come on. Fantastic, fantastic. We've got 15 more seconds to go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fantastic. Please kindly settle down. As we are headed towards the final session before we break for lunch, join me as I welcome the panelists. But prior to that, let's quickly understand what this particular panel will talk about. To critically evaluate the adoption of advanced technologies in railway tracks, rolling stock and signaling systems, exploring current challenges, future potential and pathways to modernization aligned with the global standards and India's Viksit Bharat 2047 vision. Tracks, trains and tech. Join me as I welcome the panelists. Please put your hands together for the Principal Executive Director at Kavach IRISET Ministry of Railways, Mr. Lalit Mansukhani. Well, I believe he is here, but not momentarily. Is that Mr. Mansukhani? Well, now is the time to give him a warmer, happier welcome. Thank you very much, everybody. Joining us up next is the Executive Director, MEC Engineering, Train Sets, Railways Board. Please put your hands together for Mr. Sachinder Mohan Sharma. Joining us up next, Managing Director at Kwok, India. Please put your hands together for Mr. Harsh Kumar Bajpai. Our next panelist serves as the Head Infrastructure, Siemens Limited, Mr. Manish Agarwal. Manish ji, एक second रुक जाइए. आपका स्वागत बाकी सभी पैनलिस्ट की तरह तालियों के साथ ही किया जाएगा. Ladies and gentlemen, let's bring up a very enthusiastic cheer for Mr. Manish Agarwal, the final panelist, founder at Telematic Solutions. Please give it up for Dr. Simi Agarwal. All right, I believe she will momentarily join us. Completing the panel, it's time to welcome the moderator, advisor at CRIS, Ministry of Railways. Please put your hands together for Mr. Rajesh Agrawal.
Good morning, everybody. And I welcome the panelists and thank you very much. With little time before lunch, let's have a very interesting session. You see, now this is the 21st century and this is the age of technology. And this is what this panel is all about. So we are going to hear from these learned and experts who are actually on the job on the advancements that are hugely being made in Indian Railways like never before in the areas of track, in the areas of rolling stock, and in the areas of signaling. So thank you very much for being here. I know that's a busy time. So let me start with train sets. So as you are all aware, you know there's a lot of focus on improving mobility. Our plan is to increase the rail share to almost 45%. Our plan is to increase the speed of trains. Our plan is to decongest our tracks. Our plan is to create train sets which will really transform the landscape of India. So, Mr. Sharma, can you tell us how we are going to be making a difference in the coming years on bringing about this technology, bringing about these train sets, and trying to move towards higher speeds?
Thank you, sir. So first of all, we are very happy that we have an indigenous train set, the train 18 that was developed, which we call Vande Bharat. And this is already running across 24 states, more than 250 districts, with a speed potential of over 160 kmph. I think it is something which is most, you can find maximum number of reels by people. People are enthusiastic. Recently, we even connected Jammu and Kashmir. It ran across the highest bridge in India, the Chenab Bridge. We were targeting cities, intercity travel between cities about 500 to 700 kilometers away. So we had the chair car version of the Vande Bharat. And now we are moving on. We graduate on as to meet the aspirations of people. So we are coming up with a Vande Bharat sleeper. And I'm sure it will connect cities up to even 1500 kilometers away. So that is the transition that we have made at speeds of 160 kmph. We are trying to make our routes, the tracks fit for 160 kmph. We are trying to put boundary walls on the side or W-beam fencing on the side so that we don't have trespassers coming in. We are eliminating our level crossings. So the whole ecosystem has to be there to run a train at 160 kmph. The rolling stock, of course, has proven not just the Vande Bharat. Now we have the Vande Metro at 130 kmph. We have the Amrit Bharat trains also. So we have different variants which are available, and we are trying to meet the aspirations of the public. Of course, the LHB coaches which have also come, they are also fit for 160 kmph, and overall the average speed of trains have gone up. And the good part is we are manufacturing them at ICF, which is a carbon zero production unit of ours. It has a windmill, solar, and that's how we are doing it. Of course, we have the technology partners with us, and we are trying to create a complete ecosystem so that we can have more and more people, all the stakeholders inside, and get the latest technologies from abroad as well. So that's how we're trying to progress, sir.
Congratulations, and it's lucky to have ED train sets with us because it's really transforming the landscape of the country. So will we have the sleeper train by the end of this year?
Sir, already we have the sleeper train. We've done the trials. There were certain observations, and we are waiting for the safety clearances and the railway board sanction, and hopefully by the end of the year we should be having it, sir.
And the speeds of the train, will we be able to see beyond 130 kmph? Or for the present, I think that perhaps the best option to stay on with.
So as I said, the whole ecosystem, the complete tracks, signaling, everything has to be fit for 160 kmph. So whereas we have a certain routes where we are doing 140, 150, but all over, if it has to run at 160, we would still require some time to build the infrastructure.
Excellent. So, it's transformed the interiors, it's transformed the speeds, it's transformed the concept, and it's transformed the mobility. I'm sure the audience will also have some questions. So, let me move on to Mr. Mansukhani. So, now we are lucky to have you, and you'll be talking about Kavach. And, Kavach is something which the whole country is looking at with bated breath. They're going to be the ultimate in security. The Europeans call it ETCS, and India is now making it indigenous. That's a fantastic thing, Europe somehow managed to do it with several years. India is going much faster, and we are going to have this Kavach very soon. So how much of Kavach do we already have? How much we're likely to have? What are the challenges? And how do you expect this whole thing to result in transforming safety, which is really the concern?
Thank you very much, sir. First of all, to answer this to address this question or query, I will start with where sir has left. Like for running the trains beyond 140 kmph, 140 kilometers per an hour, you need to have some cap signaling based automatic train protection system. That is one of the mandatory requirements. And like as sir mentioned, that apart from upgradation of track, rolling stock and signaling also needs to be upgraded and provided. So train control system needs to be provided. So Kavach is one of the cap signaling based ATP system which fulfills this requirement. In other words, if I say we can't run the trains on commercial basis at speeds in excess of 140 kmph without you can say Kavach or any European ETCS technology yet and all. Now coming to other part, we are seeing that Kavach is a safety system which will naturally address a lot of issues related with safety in train operations. One of the problem or one of the worrying item in railway is passing the signal at danger or at red, jumping the red signal. This at times causes derailments or collisions also. So Kavach would be able to take care of those things. That is a prime feature of Kavach apart from lot of other features. And not only safety, since it is, you can say being a radio based or continuous update type of system, I'm going little bit technical. It is, you can say, functionally equivalent to level 2 of European system. So which has got capability to enhance the capacities also, line capacity and all. So that would be there, sir. And yeah, we have already almost, we are at the verge of completion of 3,000 kilometers of installation of Kavach on our prime section from Kolkata to Delhi and Delhi to Mumbai. Works are in very advanced stage in the section. Somewhere 90% work completed, somewhere 70% completed, somewhere it is under final stage of trials and certifications and all. So as we know that Kavach has got two components, one is wayside installations and another is onboard or locomotive installations. So what I was mentioning about wayside installation 3,000 kilometer, apart from that works have been already awarded for 14,000 plus more kilometers for wayside installations. Apart from that, CLW has already awarded work for provision of onboard Kavach on the locomotives. On 10,000 locomotives, Kavach is to be provided, for which works have been already awarded to 5 indigenous companies, sir.
No, so it's very important, Kavach is not only safety, as Mr. Mansukhani is telling us very correctly that Kavach is a mandatory requirement if you want to, go for this level of operation on Indian Railways. So Kavach becomes a necessity. And then, of course, it takes care of the accidents and it takes care of signal passing at danger, as he very rightly said. Not only that, it also improves the mobility. It reduces the congestion. So Delhi, Calcutta and Delhi, Mumbai, they are the most heavily congested tracks, as everybody knows. There are no trains and very difficult to get a train ticket. So the mobility will also improve. So this is a huge development. So how soon will we see this progress in the next 5 years or next 3 years?
Right, sir. If we cover at the rate of, let us say, 15,000 kilometers per year, which is quite ambitious.
15,000 per year?
15,000 kilometers targets are always to be kept, very stringent. May not be possible or may be possible, we can't say, but we should endeavor for that. Then also it would take at least 5-6 years. And in the meantime, we will keep on addressing the issues which come up. And as of now, we have got 5 indigenous sources which are there in field. But very soon we will be having many more sources. And a few of them would be our technology partners will be from, those multinational companies who are already there in the field, like European Train Control System and all. To name Siemens, already they also are in the process of development of Kavach product. So with the more and more players coming into it, naturally the quality also will increase and pace of rollout also is likely to increase, and healthy competition also would be there.
Fantastic.
So that's what I would like to say.
So you've developed the full ecosystem, and 15,000 kilometers per year is phenomenal, I can tell you from my experience of Indian Railways. So that means within 2 years, 30,000 kilometers means more than 80% of the traffic carried by Indian Railways will be fully covered. So this is absolutely fantastic. It's phenomenal, and it's really great to hear that they are taking so many partners and professionals to actually make it, the best of its kind. So thank you very much, and let me move on to Mr. Bajpai. So we have a balanced panel, I think. We've got from the railways and the private sector, so a very balanced panel. I think Mr. Bajpai, you will be telling us about the tracks. And as far as the tracks are concerned, you know that Indian Railways attempts to move our trains at 160 kmph. And there's a lot of work being done in that connection, because the train sets, as the Executive Director informed us, is also moving towards 160 kmph. So how do you think this is going to be enabled in the near future, and what are the challenges, and how do you interface with the railways, and what is the future?
So thanks, sir, and good afternoon to all. One of the things which I will tell you, that there is a real momentum in India with respect to logistics and specifically for railways. So just today I returned back from Middle East Rail, and to be very frank, I am telling you that I could see 100% or 90-95% crowd from railway industry here. But in last 2 days, there was only one visitor in Middle East Rail who was from railways, and that too was a only company in India. IRCON visited there, otherwise there was not a single railway authority, anyone visiting there. So this is the reality. So I will really congratulate Vinodji that this is really a very successful show. So with this I will tell you some achievements. So Shvihag is basically a company which support into rail track technology, and in India we have already achieved a speed of 180 kilometers with NCRTC trials. So Delhi Meerut, it is being operated at more than 160. So this benchmark we have already achieved. Now we need to shift and see that how this can be transferred to Indian Railways, because the type of tracks are very different. Those are ballastless tracks, and in Indian Railway there is a ballasted track. So things are moving very fast now, because there need to be some trials which can qualify the fastening system. Indian Railway is really pushing very hard, we are also participating. There is a lot of communications that are happening. People are traveling across the world. Indian Railway board people, RDSO, to understand the technology, what are the changes which are going to come. Because with speed, we also need to see that what will be the maintenance model, how the track should be maintained, because it will be high speed, supported by Kavach. And we need two things. One is the track, the other thing is anti-collision systems. So this is one of the bottleneck. I think rolling stock is already ready. It needs tracks and anti-collision system. So work is efficiently going on. We are continuously communicating with RDSO. There will be transfer of technology, and India will have its own fastening system. This is one of the good things, that everything good is being taken care from the company which is supplying the fastening system across the world, and the best will come to us. So this is the thing which I will tell you, and it will happen. You will not have to waiting for it for years, but maybe in 1 or 2 years, there will be one track where the trains will be operated at 160 plus. And one of the prestigious project now I will tell you, I don't know whether you people know about it or not. There is a track line which is going to start from Rishikesh to Karanprayag. Can you tell me that what is the length of the tunnel? Anyone knows here? What will be the length of the total tunnel? The total line is 125 kilometers. 102 kilometers will be a tunnel journey. 102 kilometers. The longest track or the tunnel will be 18 kilometers. That means double the length of Atal tunnel. So this is one of the prestigious projects where we will demonstrate to the world that we are far beyond in technology, adaptation to technology, and we will really set up various benchmarks. Like they are setting some benchmark to us, we have started setting benchmark for the world. Chenab is one of the example. So let us hope we all together can make Viksit Bharat dream a success.
So that's really encouraging, you know, and I also agree with you that we must congratulate the organizers to get this kind of a panel here and to get the experts, the key persons involved in track, in signaling, in the train sets, and having a very balanced panel between public and private sector. I think you've raised a very critical issue that we have the rails, we have the sleepers, we have the ballast. Very critical is the fastening. And we have been very weak in the fastening. So you bring the world standards in fastening, as I have seen even in your international exhibitions. So you're supplying that, and you've already demonstrated it in NCRTC. So this fastening is, really something which will make a huge difference and which will enable that track to remain fastened to the foundation, irrespective of the thousands of tons moving at 100 kilometers per hour on top of it. So really great work being done. And now let me move to the last member in our panel. You are representing Siemens, Mr. Manish Agarwal. I think Siemens, as everybody knows, needs no introduction, the top of the line, one of the best companies in the world. And now they are coming in a much, much bigger way in railways for introducing the latest technology. So Mr. Agarwal, can we hear from you Siemens initiatives? I'm sure you've done fantastic work now in Dahod and other places. I'm sure you're going to be introducing more products. Siemens was one of the earliest companies to introduce their train sets in Mumbai Suburban. So let's hear from Mr. Manish that how you're going to be helping us with train sets, with track, and with signaling.
Thank you, sir. So he has left an open palette with me. I can speak about whatever.
Yes,
so
yes, please. I'm sure the audience wants to listen to what Siemens can offer, because Siemens is, of course, top of the line.
So let me start with what sir said. the tunnel system in, let's say, Jammu and Kashmir or in Karan Prayag now, they require a separate kind of electrification when the train has to run at that speed. We have done this already now in USBRL in the tunnel section between Katra and Srinagar, and we will again do this now here in the RVNL based tenders. That's something new. With that, we expect and we hope that, let's say, we will be able to take away the railway from where we are currently in the 25 kV traction, which is a SNCF design of former days, and take them to a newer design which is capable of having higher reliability at higher speeds. When we see RRTS or NCRTC in Delhi, the electrification design is a bit different to the mainline railway, and that's why it is able to take the train to a speed 160, 180 design, 160 running, and even the next RRTS corridors are expected to even touch 240. So that's something which we would like to do. We have the products for it, and taking it forward, we will do Kavach. Kavach is very close cousin of a ETCS system, or a distant cousin of the metro system we have for CBTC or distance to go. So this we will do. We are doing, as Mansukhani Sahab already said, we are a bit late in it. Maybe we did not want to have a competing technology to ETCS and said, okay, ETCS is the technology which is developed, why make a new one? But somehow the railway has demonstrated that it will be a technology to stay, and we will be now part of that. And when we have both the electrification and the signaling together, that will bring us to the first level of advancement. Beyond this, that how can the signaling and electrification talk to each other, include the train in between, whether it's a push-pull train set, whether it's a locomotive, but primarily the world will be push-pull train sets going forward and freight locos separately. And this constellation of three items where the power is consumed in the push-pull train set or the locomotive, and the optimization can be brought by the signaling system in terms of what speed the train must run and at what speed the train must slow down. If you can put that all together, then there is a significant or a potential significant saving in electricity, which is one of the single largest cost drivers of a railway operation, which sir would know. The single largest cost driver comes from there, and that's somewhere which we see as the future for one of the biggest railway networks to bring these three things together, and it's possible. We can do this even today in Western Europe. We can also do this today in a metro environment like a Nagpur metro or a Delhi metro. We are not able to do this today in a network of, let's say, Indian Railway, where there are really multiple legacy assets there which are difficult to connect and then control in a coordinated manner. But that'll be one thing we will do. When we go towards signaling, signaling also has to become like the way Apple and Samsung finally agreed to have a common charger. So this is something which is not there today, and the Samsung and Apple, I have an Apple charger and I have a Samsung charger, I will use USB-C and I will use Lightning, and finally they use the same today. That's where the signaling industry is going and should go, which is for the benefit of the operator completely. And a signaling system from Thales and a signaling system from Alstom and a signaling system from a local company, let's say HBL or Medha, will directly talk to a signaling system of Siemens, which gives the operator a huge amount of flexibility. So that's the new development which will happen, and this is, Railway is also started that. Railway has become member of the world organization called ULINX for this, and so this is a step in that direction they are taking, and we will be part of that. In the same thought process, when we go forward, if, let's say, a line is being built in Jammu and Kashmir, which is more difficult terrain, do we really need to have 2 interlockings per station, and there are 10 stations in remote territory and so many people to maintain it? Instead of that, maybe you can have one centralized interlocking in Jammu or in Katra, which controls the full train. Easy to maintain, simpler. The technology is called infrastructure in the cloud, or interlocking in the cloud, or as we patented it by saying DS3. So that's something which will happen, and we will have a demo available in our factory. This is known to Railway Board and to Minister, that we will have a demo available somewhere by Christmas in our own factory for interlocking in the cloud. That's something which is really, really modern, and sir, we will be part of the firsts. It's not that we are going behind European countries, but we will be together with the first there. There's something which is really new, which is going to happen. And then we come to rolling stock. So we started late. We have been coming to your office. Tilak has come to your office so many times, and so we started late. We started first, actually, sorry, I must correct it. We started first with Mumbai Suburban.
Yes.
But somehow we really didn't catch speed thereafter. We had a lot of problems in Mumbai Suburban in terms of the traction motor and the traction converters and more with motors, and somehow we got left behind. We were part of the committee which made the PPP conditions when Mr. Haldia did the PPP conditions, but we couldn't win those jobs. After 5 years, we did get now what is delivered in Dahod, and it's a good locomotive. It's a very good locomotive. It's one of the few which has seamlessly gone into field trial.
It's a new generation, just recently been launched by the Honorable Prime Minister. It's made headlines in India and abroad.
Correct. And somehow it has been lucky. It has a seamless, so far, field trial. It's been only 3-4 months, but it's not giving any kind of complexity so far, and we feel comfortable with that. We want to take the train set also to a different level. The train set is there today, but let's say, with all due respect to everybody, it is still built on a platform which is a little bit older, and it can be on a newer platform, and this is something which is in a lot of discussion. And so when we do Siemens, we would also want to do all what is not done. For example, the LHB upgrade, for example, or the LHB bogie upgrade, for example, to be more detailed, and then to only go in for a new train, or let's say how to get a new passenger train.
You had proposed a track-friendly bogie earlier.
We had done that, but this is where we want to go. And at the end of this, if you are able to connect the rolling stock with the signaling and the electrification, that's where we want to close it at. Lastly, in signaling we have started how to be able to connect the legacy assets, how to connect the newer assets, and how to really be able to provide an indication of a failure before the failure will happen. With Vande Bharat trains, this will become possible because everything is of a newer generation there. There are many trains, but they are still not so many that which cannot get connected in a digital world to provide a certain amount of predictability to failure, a predictability to a more scheduled, or let's say a more cost optimized maintenance, and that is something which we are very, very keen to do the optimized maintenance of Vande Bharat equivalent trains in signaling, and likewise to do vehicle inspection and management systems across the depots. We are not really there so far. We do have products, but those products are not fitting in today into the Indian spectrum. That's thing I think I've covered it, so I have said too many things.
Thank you very much. I think you've been quite exhaustive. So if we can have very quickly, maybe in less than a minute, some supplementary thoughts. See, as far as train sets are concerned, we know that it's going to be top of the line, it's going to be changing the landscape, it's going to be improving the mobility, it's going to be bringing better classes of trains, and this has already happened all over the country. As he told us, more than 24 states, and it's going to go rapidly forward. And we've heard that, there are these partners who are also ready to contribute to all this. So any supplementary thoughts, if you can tell us, Mr. Sharma, in about a minute or so?
So I think our friend from Siemens nailed it, that all these systems have to talk to each other. So we can't have a rolling stock system not talking to the signaling system. We can't have trackside equipment not talking to each other. If they start talking to each other, then that will help us enhance the safety. So I think Kavach is one effort in that direction, that at least some systems are talking. So open protocols is something that we need to look at. We can't have a system by which every company comes up with their own protocols and they don't talk to each other. So I think in the long run, that is something that will help Indian Railways, of course, and also the industry. So I think that is something really important.
No, I think you've nailed it, because in the initial phases, I know that the TCMS was the main problem, the train control management system. So I hope that we will have a TCMS, as Mr. Sharma is telling us, who will be able to, address across platform compatibility. So, Mr. Mansukani, I think Kavach is extremely exciting and you making phenomenal progress, 15,000 kilometers per year. When it's really music to our ears. And most of the railways is going to be covered in the next few years. So I think Siemens is also ready to bring in so much more. IoT is the flavor of the times. AI is the flavor of the time. I'm sure that in Kavach 2, you must be keeping 2025 has brought about revolutionary changes in AI and ML. I'm sure those are getting incorporated in your Kavach. So any supplementary thoughts you'd like to share with the panel on this very exciting development?
Yeah, just let me...
Very quickly, if it's
very
possible.
quickly. Actually, artificial intelligence and these are not permitted in the core safety control systems as per norms. But I'm sure that the big data which is generated and observations what we have, there is enormous scope of utilization of AI from application side, but not for the control part as of now. In ETCS also that is not done, sir. And just quickly I'll mention about interoperability what you mentioned. Actually in the journey of Kavach development, since day one, this was envisaged that we must have open protocols because as I mentioned earlier, that we have got wayside equipment, wayside installations and onboard installations. So wayside equipment from one OEM should be able to seamlessly talk to onboard equipment of other make. So that is a prime requirement. And with open protocols to achieve the same level of safety and security is really challenging, but that we have been able to achieve in Kavach. The new technology partners also will be able to follow those established open protocols, sir. And as Manish mentioned, that ULinks also would be enabler of interoperability at some other stage also, like between Kavach and electronic interlocking interfacing, different embedded systems, Excel counters and all. And I feel that there is some more work is required to be done for TCMS, because now more or more like we would be having Bombardier, Medha, Siemens. So all those
you'll have to be on top of them.
Yeah, interoperability.
Because I have my experience with all of them.
Yes,
so
sir,
you will have to be sitting on top of them.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So basically, ultimately, onboard Kavach will be interacting with propulsion system. So interoperability will be very much sought.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So I think Mr. Bajpai, you are going to be taking us to 160 kmph and you're going to be bringing your advanced fastening systems. You're going to take us to what Karnaprayag in 100 kilometers of tunnel at 100 kmph or whatever. So tell us any supplementary thoughts and how soon can we see these developments?
I think this Rishikesh and Karan this project should be completed in 2 years.
2 years?
Yeah, 2 years.
It's not started yet?
No, it is already started. Drilling and other things is already done.
Okay.
And the only thing that is under waiting is the track.
So the track in 2 years will be 100 kilometers?
Actually, yeah.
This is absolutely phenomenal, you know, unbelievable. We would expect maybe 220 kilometers into the thing and he's talking of 200 kilometers. Absolutely phenomenal. You see, that's the aspiration of a new India. And this is how hungry we are to, you know, go ahead in this world. So let's hear from Siemens in very briefly, 1 minute, if you can tell us your final thoughts, because Siemens has, as he very rightly told us, the complete portfolio. They can contribute in signaling, they can contribute in bogies, they can contribute in train sets, they can contribute in all kinds of technologies across the complete spectrum of Indian Railways and trains and technology. So I think you were one of the earliest to start and now better late than never. So how exciting are going to be the times in the next 1 or 2 years? Are you going to be marching ahead of Hitachis and marching ahead of the Wabtechs and marching ahead of Alstoms and the others who are making a name?
We would like to, but it's not the easiest to march ahead of these, let's say, equally large and powerful companies. So, but we would like to.
Oh, that's fantastic. No, Siemens can definitely.
We could try, but we will. We will try. But saying what the last thing what I would like to say, and we would be actively supporting it, is how to get a monetization policy rolled out in the railway. That how do you put together a privately funded railway project? It started many years back, a little bit slowed down, and there were initially 1 or 2 port lines which were created for this, but not beyond that. And how can we, let's say, pick up an entire zone and say that the track work, the electrification, the signaling, we do it at one time, or let's say a group of 6 depots we pick up together and say, how can we do this together? We bring it to a level which is modern, and then we do a revenue share, and that way the railway can theoretically or practically go faster because they're using somebody else's money and not the government of India's money. And that is something which is still, let's say, for us as a company, we have not been able to reach a thought process that how this can become a reality and how this can become real in India, in Indian Railway. That's
so I think you've touched a very sore point of PPP as it's in the Indian context, you know. Neither the government, neither the public, nor the private sector knows how to bridge together. So I'm sure that those challenges are being addressed, and I am myself also involved in addressing these challenges quite successfully. I'm sure these challenges are being addressed. There's a positive mindset on both sides, and there is a positive, you know, aspiration to actually move forward. So we have, I think, a few seconds left. Can we take no? Okay. So the countdown is reduced to 1 second, 0. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please give a very big hand to our distinguished panelists, and please feel free to interact with them after this session.
I mean, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say this, but in my entire career of 11 years, this would be the first ever panel to finish on time. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for keeping in mind the paucity of time and also engaging the audience in productive and meaningful conversation. Thank you very much. Could I please request everyone to kindly come forward for a group picture and to present a token of appreciation for their valuable insights. Joining us on stage is the Executive Director at Urban Infra Group. Please put your hands together for Mr. Surya Shah. Yes, yes, yes. Hands together, just like that. Fantastic. Thank you. Gentlemen, kindly stay back with us on the stage for another 30 or 40 seconds. Mr. Lalit Mansukani, thank you very much for joining us. Mr. Sachinder Mohan Sharma, thank you very much for joining us. Mr. Harsh Kumar Bajpai, thank you very much for your time. Mr. Manish Agrawal and Mr. Rajesh Agrawal. Ladies and gentlemen, could I please encourage everyone to take out their mobile phones and quickly open the alarms or the clock app. Requesting everyone to set an alarm for 2:20 p.m. Sharp at 1:30 today, the lunch shall begin. Requesting everyone to utilize the next 20 minutes to pay a visit to all the stalls, to all the innovators who are out there, ensuring medicine and recipient of 2 prestigious awards from the Government of India, Gold Medal Award in 2015 to 2016 and Silver Medal Award in 2016 to 2017 for her role in the leading innovation in medical technology and exporting new medical technology solutions from India to European companies. She is engaged in research and development of cutting-edge AI-powered technologies, biometric systems, Internet of Things, robotics and automation, and drone technologies. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Dr. Simi Agarwal, founder, Telematic Solutions.
Good afternoon, all the distinguished guests and the experts. We heard a lot about how innovation is going to change railway operations. Today, I will be discussing before you the AI innovations, how it can transform railways operations, reduce cost, and dramatically change the passenger experiences that we are going to see in the next 5 years. I have prepared a short presentation for you. In this, we'll cover the introduction of artificial intelligence and how it can be applied in railways, airports, and all kind of transport infrastructures. How AI-powered innovations can impact railway operations, how AI can enhance passenger experiences and transform the journeys in the coming 5 years, how artificial intelligence can make transportation sustainable and environment friendly. Lastly, we will discuss the challenges and future prospects of artificial intelligence in railways and transportation. So when we speak about AI technologies applying to railways and transportation, railways has a lot of huge data sets which are currently not being utilized at the optimal level. Rapid technological advancements and AI tools can enable all the data sets to be utilized to understand the congestion, the demands, the behavior, the operations, and how cost can be reduced, the routes can be optimized, and passenger experiences can be elevated. AI can also help in regulatory support. Frameworks can be strengthened for easy adoption of AI in railways, ensuring compliance as well as optimizing operations. Integrations of AI is going to be a little challenging in the beginning, but it's going to be very rewarding over long term. The market demand and competitiveness of DMRC, Indian Railways, and other infrastructure of transportation are also going to become more relevant, more profit generating by adopting artificial intelligence. The use of predictive analysis in railways can be used to forecast trends. It can allow railways and transport companies to minimize disruptions, to handle congestions better, to avoid delays, and have more pleasant experiences for passengers and less management headaches for the railway management boards. AI technologies can help with real-time monitoring and quick threat detection. the level of security that we can achieve by use of AI in railways is going to be 10x better than what we have currently experienced while experiencing rail journeys. AI implementation can enable threat detection faster, and it can avoid major mishaps in early stages. Resource management can be optimized for railways, airports, and other transport structure by using AI in multiple ways. Routine tasks can be automated. Operations can be made more efficient. Resource can be better allocated. Overall productivity can be enhanced. So all this will drive the cost down and increase the experience in terms of passenger pleasantness. AI-powered analytical reports can be generated, which can help in efficient resource planning. Efficient resource planning helps in better inventory management, reduction of wastage, better distribution of inventory in different departments, and making informed decisions, enabling railways to become more efficient, take better decisions, reduce wastage, and overall the experience trickles down to the user. So, talking about the importance of artificial intelligence in railways and transportation. AI in railways can dramatically increase customer engagement and drive more usage of railways. People would want to use more of railways compared to their cars currently. The regulatory support is required for adoption of AI and integration of AI technologies into existing infrastructure. We talk about how AI is going to now transform railway operations. There's going to be a huge reduction in downtime when we use AI for forecasting maintenance needs. There is a concept of predictive analysis and predictive maintenance in artificial intelligence, which can be very well applied in railway operations. It can help to predict peak hours, and it can minimize service disruptions. It can maximize train utilization. It can generate significant cost savings over time as the number of failures are reduced. It reduces the repair costs. It can predict the need of maintenance in advance by learning the patterns. And it ultimately generates operational efficiency. Talking about use of autonomous and robotics technologies in railways, automated train control systems using AI enables train to operate autonomously without the need of human intervention. It reduces the need of human capital, reduces cost of operation, improves safety, and reduces the possibility of human error. It gives an enhanced traffic management experience. Using automated systems can optimize train scheduling, optimize route planning, smoother operations, easing congestions, avoiding delays. AI in railways or any other transport critical infrastructures like airports can be used for AI-driven price models, which is called dynamic pricing, which can be adjusted automatically by AI technologies by demand and need analysis. It makes the fares more competitive for the passengers and helps the airlines, airways or the railways to reduce their operating cost. Now we talk about how AI can help in enhancing passenger experiences by giving you specific examples. So one of the AI application is smart ticketing solutions. The passenger is able to experience a hassle-free journey. The ticketing can be done by use of AI through mobile apps, including purchasing, validation, cancellation, refunds. All these operations become easy, seamless, and quick. Customer satisfaction and loyalty, along with engagement and trust in the operations, is enhanced. Use of chatbots with AI is able to assist passengers better in answering questions, resolving specific issues in real time, providing assistance in less time with exact answers, precise answers, reducing also the workload of human agents or customer support agents, reducing the need of engaging so many customer agents. AI also enables delivery of personalized service to passengers. It can track and monitor and save and study the patterns of travel, preferences, past behaviors, real-time data, and it can significantly enhance travel experiences of passengers. It can even offer suggestions to the passengers upon their request. And all this is done by AI without the need of human agents. Talking about how AI can enhance safety and security in railways. So I heard from the distinguished panel before lunch that AI was supposed to be open source and not very secure, and hence there is a reservation in adoption of AI in railways and other critical infrastructure. But I would want to address this with use of increasing technologies and security layers and new technologies like quantum. AI becomes safe for integration and adoption by critical departments and infrastructures like railways, airports. There can be installation of facial recognition systems at the railway metro stations or railway stations or at the airports. Facial recognition technologies can not only detect unauthorized access by unwanted persons who have not a clear history or whose names and records are in the criminal database. They can be prevented from entering the trains, but also it can prevent in the spread of COVID infections by scanning people with high temperatures and preventing them in entering coaches which are full of other people and prevent COVID spread. AI surveillance systems can detect and monitor passenger behaviors, detect abnormal behaviors, help in proactive decisions, and prevent escalation of situations and bring peace of mind for passengers as well as for the railway management. So it benefits everybody by adopting AI, passengers and management, railway board, both. So how does AI help in real-time information systems? How does that help with railway innovations? Journey tracking and notification becomes easier. There is a real-time tracking of journey when a person boards on an AI-enabled train ticket. His journey is tracked. He can send notifications to his near and dear one about his location. There is minimizing of confusion about his location. And there is a better planning possible, avoiding unexpected delays. Real-time information system also helps in efficiently planning train schedules. AI systems can analyze demand patterns, external factors, congestions, and help in better utilization of non-utilized tracks. It can enhance user satisfaction with public transport systems, and it can increase trust of people in the public systems. Now, how do we make AI solutions more sustainable and help railways to become more sustainable by implementing AI? So we talk about green energy and usage of green energy in railways. We have all read about how Honorable Railway Minister is going to introduce hydrogen fuel powered trains, which will soon become operational. When solar powered and hydrogen fuel powered trains will become operational, energy management with AI features would help to analyze consumption patterns, enabling railways to minimize waste, enhance efficiency, and resulting in cost saving, and also achieve green fuel utilization. It would have environmental benefits as well as cost benefits. It would also help in reducing carbon footprints by leveraging AI technologies. Carbon emission will be reduced. It will be implementation of sustainable practices. It would help to achieve sustainability goals and also help in compliance with regulatory Indian and global environments. The India currently becoming the third biggest economy right now, on the verge of becoming, would enhance its position globally further by adopting greener and more of AI technologies in railways and airport infrastructures. AI also helps in enhancing freight logistics. So when we talk about railway logistics, AI algorithms can streamline and plan route utilization, avoid delays, ease congestion, ensures timely delivery of your parcels. It enhances customer satisfaction, business reliability, and operational efficiency. It will also result in profitability for businesses as well as railways. AI enables route optimization. When AI is integrated into freight logistics, using predictive analysis and real-time visibility, it enables better resource allocation, improve shipment tracking and location of your parcel, so the possibility of losing your consignment becomes very low. It also reduces operational cost. AI enables better utilization of renewable energy. It facilitates trains which are electrically operated with AI capabilities. Monitoring and controlling electric train systems can improve their performance, increase safety, optimize the use of energy, and it can take the transportation to the next level of enhancement. Use of AI will also enable integration with smart grids, where excess energy can be given off or taken off in times of congestion. It would promote the use of cleaner energy and overall meet the global compliance with solar energy and renewable energy utilization. Now, while we have so many benefits of using AI in railways and airports, we do have some challenges in the initial period for adoption and integration. I'm going to talk about the challenges right now. There are data privacy concerns. When we use AI systems, we have to ensure the privacy of the data because there is a sensitive information about passengers, their travel behaviors, their past journeys, business information about parcels. This huge data should be very securely stored and privacy has to be ensured. Such kind of data should not be leaked, and hence when the AI is implemented, data privacy should be given prime importance. Currently, some kind of railway departments, I am not specifically mentioning Indian, but I would say I'm talking in general. Certain departments operate with little systems which need to be updated. Hence, the talking of AI technologies to each other becomes more difficult. So, when the talking of systems seamlessly becomes possible, data sharing, information sharing, generation of reports become possible, and hence it is vital to solve these challenges in order to have most utilization of AI implementation. There are regulatory and ethical considerations. There should not be any violations of ethics in use of AI, and hence a regulatory framework should be set up while adopting and integrating AI. Hence, the possibility of bias in decision making should be addressed, and adherence to compliance and regulatory safety standards should be ensured. AI brings closer to being a smart city, and hence, since we have a time consideration, so I would wrap up my presentation. I hope you found my session useful and you would be open to support use of AI in adoption in railways, airports, and not only the railways but even the citizens should be willing for AI adoption in critical infrastructures. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Semi. And to present a small token of appreciation on our behalf, could I please request you to kindly join me in the center of the stage? Let's welcome Dr. Vinod Shah, Chief Operating Officer at Urban Infra Group. Of course, with a round of applause. Thank you. Check. All right. I sincerely hope that everybody had a wonderful time at lunch. Starting from this exact moment, this segment is now brought to you by the Indian Chamber of Commerce. First and foremost, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to request everyone to congratulate ICC, that is the Indian Chamber of Commerce, on completing 100 years of serving the nation. And as I'm certain that everybody is well aware of the fact that tomorrow we celebrate the National Logistics Day. So in some other sense, today, we are celebrating the National Logistics Day Eve. To get to know more about it and to take it further from here, joining us on stage is the Senior Assistant Director at Indian Chamber of Commerce. Please put your hands together for Miss Nidhi Burman.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Logistics 360 degree for Viksit Bharat, unifying smart logistics for sustainable infrastructure. As we all know, 28th June is a National Logistics Day, and today we are hosting this event on the eve of National Logistics Day to celebrate the same. Today, the supply chain and logistic industry plays a significant role in India's economy and has a far-reaching impact on various sectors. The industry is crucial for economic growth, playing significant role in facilitating trades, reducing cost, and enhancing competitiveness. It contributes significantly to the GDP, employs millions, and underpins both domestic and international commerce. Efficient logistics is also vital for the booming e-commerce sector and overall supply chain optimization. It may be pointed out here that Unified Logistics Interface Platform has reached a significant milestone, recording 100 crore API transactions, reinforcing its role as a game changer in India's logistics sector. The achievement marks a significant step towards building a world-class technology-driven logistics ecosystem that fuels industrial growth under Make in India and accelerates the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047. It is my absolute pleasure to be handing over to our host today for further proceedings as we embark on this journey exploring the evolving landscape of logistics across India. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Berman. Well, I do not wish to sound repetitive, but I sincerely hope that everybody's mobile phones are either on silent or vibration mode. Now, without any further ado, let me invite our distinguished speakers to the dais for the inaugural session. First and foremost, requesting the following to kindly come and join us on the stage and be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, time to welcome the guest of honor with a bigger, better, bolder round of applause. Let's welcome Professor Dr. Manoj Chaudhary, Vice Chancellor, Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya. Well, that's exactly the energy and the spirit that I was looking forward to, hoping that we shall maintain it for the next one. Our special guest, please put your hands together for Dr. Jaideep Gupta, IRSEE, Additional Member, Railway Electrification, Railway Board, Ministry of Railways, Government of India. Time to welcome our keynote speaker. Please put your hands together for Dr. Surendra Kumar Ahirwar, IRTS. My sincerest apologies. Dr. Ahirwar is on his way and shall be joining us momentarily. Let's welcome the next panelist, the next plenary speaker. Please put your hands together for Mr. Kanishk Sethia, Chairman, ICC National Expert Committee on Logistics and Supply Chain and CEO, Western Carriers. In case you're getting confused, the procedure to clap is super simple. All we've got to do is bring both of our palms together, just like that. Fantastic. Please put your hands together for the person who completes this particular panel, Mr. Vikas Lohia, Chairman, ICC National Expert Committee on Railways and Deputy Managing Director at Jupiter Wagons Limited. So as we wait for Dr. Ahirwar to join us, let's begin with this exciting session. First and foremost, joining us on the dais is Mr. Kanishk Sethia, Chairman, National Logistics and Supply Chain Committee, ICC, and CEO, Western Carriers.
Thank you, Sahiba. Perfect as always. Could I ask my team to please put on the presentation? Good afternoon, everyone. Great to see all of you. It's a tough job to speak right after a nice lunch that all of you have had. So I'll try to keep it simple and try not to bore all of you so that none of you start falling asleep, right? So I'm gonna keep it simple and nice for all of you. Just bear with me for a minute while the presentation comes up. Perfect. So today we are gathered here to talk in this session about Logistics 360 for Viksit Bharat and what role logistics plays in our ambition of becoming a developed country for 2047 is what we are going to try to focus on. Next slide, please. Yeah. So that's a brief presentation of mine. I basically wear two hats. First and foremost, I am the chief executive for a company called Western Carriers India Limited, which is one of India's largest 4PL and supply chain companies. We specialize in multimodal logistics pan-India. I also wear the hat of being the national chair for logistics and supply chain for Indian Chamber of Commerce. Indian Chamber of Commerce is one of the oldest chambers in our country. We are completing 100 years, probably one of the oldest in the world. We are doing an excellent year of programs under the leadership of our current chairman, Shri Abhyuday Jindal, Chairman and Managing Director, Jindal Stainless. I would request all of you to try to attend as many of our events in this stellar year as you can. We deeply appreciate. Next slide, please. So, we talked about a little bit about what we do. We talked about our company. We talked about what our share is. We do about 6% of the domestic and 4% of the EXIM container traffic as of FY24. We are the largest and platinum customer business associates of Container Corporation, both for domestic and EXIM. Like I said, we are the largest in multimodal asset-light pan-India services. And we basically put our services into complex supply chain management. So that's what we do. And then coming straight into the presentation, I wanted to talk about what are the things that are happening which are, you know, understandable. What are the things which are happening which are strategic in nature. So I put few of the big bullet points here that what is the size of the market in logistics. So it's about it's about 338 billion and it's expected to go to about 360 shortly. So you can see that it's growing very fast. Currently at just under 5 trillion, we are contributing about 14% of the economy. It's a staggeringly large number. The government is working on trying to improve and reduce the logistics spend from 14 to sub 10, but currently we're at about 14%. And as we head towards 2027, when we aim to achieve a $5 trillion economy, you can do the math, you know, it's a very big number. So to reduce the logistics cost and to improve the efficiencies, the government has had a lot of ambitious plans, which all comes under the Gati Shakti Yojanas. $1.2 trillion is the spend which is expected to happen in this, in which the integration is of more than 1,200 industrial clusters pan-India. Let that number sink in. It's more than a quarter of our current, you know, GDP. So it's a huge number. That's the target that the government has put. That's the focus that the government has put on logistics. So what we are doing today is really delving into the really important parts of taking our economy forward. So part to the 5 trillion economy by 2027 actually runs through efficient and integrated logistics. Without logistics, you know, it's going to be a pipe dream. Now, the unified, corridors. What are the corridors? How are we doing it? What is the idea of becoming a unified corridor? What are the steps that we are taking in taking it forward? So first of all is with the launch of the PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan, which is a $1.2 trillion initiative, like I said. India is integrating over 1,200 industrial clusters, digitizing 1.46 lakh kilometers of highway, and coordinating with 44 central ministries and 36 states and union territories. You can see the size and scale of what we are trying to achieve. This is systems engineering, I would say, at a national or a global scale. Under Gati Shakti, we are looking at 300 new multimodal terminals to be deployed within the next 5 years. 200 rail terminals are being modernized as we speak. 400 new Vande Bharat trains will be introduced by 2028. 160 major airports, including water aerodromes and helicopters, heliports are already operational. 208 infra projects worth 15.3 lakh crores are underway. So these numbers, they're massive, and this is what, as a nation we are trying to achieve. So the next I want to talk about something which is very close to all our hearts, is something very close to our Honorable PM's heart, is how do we build sustainability into a business which has so far not been very green, let's say. So sustainability is now becoming a strategic economic lever, and with 1.5 lakh crore allocated for green infra in budget of 2025, India is actively transitioning to sustainable logistics. Gati Shakti complements this with climate resilient infrastructure and smart planning. We are, as a company, as a nation, we try to follow the best practices. So at Western, what we have done is we've rolled out EV-based last mile fleets, operationalized solar powered warehouses, piloting carbon neutral supply chains across select sectors. And my thought that I want to leave with all of you is that green logistics is not an optional ESG checkbox anymore. It is central to India's global competitiveness and trade credibility. So I think all of us should make a pledge to try to go green. While we are making pledges, it's important that what is the call to action? What is the Logistics 360 for Viksit Bharat looking at doing? So what we are trying to do is bridge some of the gaps from barriers to catalysts. Challenges that still remain that we have to face. Infrastructural asymmetry in hinterland states, that's something which is being worked on. There's massive fragmentation due to 85% plus dominance of small players, mom and pop logistics companies, small players owning fleets of less than 2, 3, 4, 5 is still 85% of our business. So a professional supply chain company like ours are few and far between. Regulatory complexity despite GST, there's a myriad of regulations which are still being eased out and worked out. Talent shortages in data-driven logistics roles, and my guru, Professor Chaudhary is here. I'm sure he'll delve into it. We as a company are working very closely with Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya. We are extremely happy with our relationship there, and they are doing a critical service to the nation in that they are bringing in ready-made talent into this industry which is starved for senior leadership roles and starved for people who are educated in the job of logistics, which is not very simple. So that's something that the government is focused through universities like GSV and private partnerships. So that's something that we as a company are also working on. The solution I feel lies in not only policy simplification, but data unification and workforce skilling. The more the skilled the workforce, the more people that we can attract, which are tier 1 into this job, I think the better it gets. The next is collaborative infrastructure, India's competitive edge. Public-private partnership, like I said, in education is also accelerating in other sectors. As of FY25, 1.5 lakh crores has been allocated via PPPs in logistics and infrastructure. Gati Shakti provides a national stack that industries, investors and innovators can plug into. But we must think beyond silos. Government must build scale, industry must drive execution, startups must innovate tools, and investors must fuel the systems. It's all of us coming together. Together we can create a self-reinforcing cycle of infra, investment and impact. 208 major projects, like I said, are underway with over 1,614 data layers mapped on real-time GIS. So it's not only a silent enabler now. Logistics is now the pulse of Viksit Bharat. Maybe I'm slightly biased being from the industry, but that's what I feel it is. Before I finish, I just want to talk a little bit about the road ahead and what we should remember. And I feel that let us remember, infrastructure is no longer just steel and cement. It is data, speed and trust. Mobility is no longer just movement. It is economic velocity and social inclusion. Innovation is no longer an aspiration. It is the foundation of our global leadership. Let us be the generation that unifies corridors, digitizes systems, decarbonizes supply chain, and above all, innovates for the world. This is the spirit of Logistics 360. This is the engine of Viksit Bharat. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Mr. Sethia, for setting the tone for today's deliberation. And now, to deliver the keynote address, joining us on the dais is Dr. Surendra Kumar Ahirwar, IRTS Executive Director, Traffic Commercial, Ministry of Railways, Government of India.
Thank you very much. Thank you, ICC. And let me start with congratulating ICC for organizing this real conversation on a very important and nowadays a vital subject of logistics, which is all pervasive and very vital for the economy and also the social development of the country. And since we are looking at the Viksit Bharat by 2047, I think this becomes a sine qua non for this development and this mission of Viksit Bharat 2047. And we understand we are definitely going through a phase of rapid transformation, and it's just not about infrastructure or about economy, but also in the social sphere. We are, since heading towards the development or maybe Viksit Bharat, we are looking at every aspect of India's socio-economic development, and among them we definitely find logistics or infrastructure or economic development per se as a very important component, without which we really cannot attain that Viksit is or Viksit state, right? So if we look at the logistics in particular, we are as a sector definitely at an inflection point where things are changing and rapidly changing for good, be it about physical infrastructure, be it about digital infrastructure or even phygital infrastructure. Everywhere you are seeing a lot of activities, and added to that, there's a lot of activism, I would say, the governmental activism for development of the sector through different policies. As Mr. Mr. Gupta was, Mr. Sethia was talking about PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan, and I'll add to that the National Logistics Policy. This duo have really brought in or started that change in the logistics sphere, which we can definitely say a major attribute towards the greater dynamism which we are seeing in the logistics sector. The essence of these two initiatives is integrated development to have a very seamless and efficient movement of the goods and the people. And we are looking at both. So we are integrating the function as well. And across the modes, across the phases of logistics, and just not really confining ourselves to logistics, but also integrating logistics ecosystem with the social or economic ecosystem. And PM Gati Shakti, which is a kind of a transformative approach, is also adopted for the core economic development sectors like manufacturing or even the agriculture for that matter. And then the logistics is reaching out to get connected to these. And logistics, when we say, it's just not a particular mode of transport or the transport infrastructure, but all phases, as I said, of logistics, be it transport or warehousing or even packaging, everything is being looked at through, which I said is a governmental activism through the policies. And a lot of policies in every sector, be it shipping, civil aviation, or railways and roadways. I'm just keeping these initial two modes of transport on the top before rail and road, because you see a disproportionately higher activities in these two sectors, and which are also greater determinants of this economic development and logistics sector development. However, yeah, the two major players of the transport sector, which is again a mainstay of the logistics, are of course railways and the roadways. And they have been traditionally a kind of in a competition, but what I see today is there's more of a complementarity and more of the cooperation and collaboration which is happening, and with a new concept of multimodal logistics parks or multimodal transport infrastructure development. This is what is bringing these sectors together, and just not only railways and roadways, but also the aviation and shipping in a big way. And if I am to speak about the railways playing a vital connecting role or a multimodal interconnectivity being promoted through railways, I think there have been a couple of the projects which we are calling as corridor programs or corridor projects. One is the Rail Sagar project, which is having more than 40 identified infrastructure. This is in addition to the 77 we have identified in 2023, right? And further, railways have identified around 44 more projects, which are just going to connect the ports in the country, right? And in addition, there are other corridor programs, which we are calling as high density network corridor, and also the energy, mineral and coal corridors, which the program is basically intended to provide greater connectivity to all these economic nodes of these sectors. So in a way, we are going to expand railway network in a big way, and in next 3 to 4 years, we'll be seeing about, an investment or capital investment of about 4 to 5 lakh crores, which is really going to increase the capacity. And this way, we are going to increase or maybe overcome the biggest challenge of the railways, which is coming in the way of increasing the modal share. That's the capacity deficit which we have been facing during last couple of decades. And compared to the roadways, railways have actually not been growing that fast in the past, but today they are just matching in the pace. And definitely if we are able to overcome this infrastructure deficit, our dwindling modal share is going to increase, which at present is hovering around 27% of the total transportation sector. And other big challenge, of course, we understand that railways are also probably required to look at or review the marketing strategy or the pricing strategy, which is really being considered in a more positive manner. And we are definitely sensitive about the market situation, demand of the economy, the logistics cost, which is being cited sometimes 14%, which I don't believe though, but yes, it is on a higher side, and there's a lot of potential for reducing it further, maybe to the extent of 7 or 8% of the GDP. And mind it, when I say reduction in logistics costs, I only mean reduction in the cost of production of the logistics services, it's not its contribution to the GDP. The contribution to the GDP of the logistics sector must and should keep increasing. And that's what, looking at these things, the railways are examining the possibility of rationalizing the rates as well, without compromising on two things, right? We have two P's which are kind of creating a drag on the freight structure. One is, of course, the passenger we have to carry at a much subsidized rate. Another is, I think, in a way, a pension, which is a huge amount of expenditure which is made, and which is to be considered as a cost of creating the service, and basis that we also calculate the operating ratio. So yeah, a lot of things are underway, and if not very soon, definitely not very late, you would be seeing positive change in that sense, and we would be becoming more competitive, and there would be greater transport through the more sustainable mode of transport, that's rail. And I think the purpose of the RailTrans to a great extent, and the aspirations which must have been expressed and going to be expressed, would be greatly fulfilled, be it about sustainability, be it about more economic way of transporting things and people in the country. And with this, I wish once again all the very best to ICC and the RailTrans for its success and achieving the purposes it is intending to. And I think this triumvirate of academia, industry, and the government is definitely going to create that positivity in the situation, and will definitely help us all together to go into the state of Viksit Bharat by 2047, and why not before even 2047. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Dr. Hiver. Time for the special address. Joining us on the dais, our special guest. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Dr. Jaideep Gupta, IRSEE, Additional Member, Railway Electrification, Railway Board, Ministry of Railways, Government of India.
Good afternoon, friends, dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and all dear friends. It's a proud privilege for me to be addressing this gathering. And while I was on my way, I thought, what are the things I should share with you? So I started jotting down, and 2 pages were filled, but time is short. So I'll be just filling up, I'll just sharing a few points which I feel is more important. Number one, as you all know, the first electric train ran on Indian subcontinent on 3rd of February 1925. So this is the 100th year of electric traction in India. And number two, it's a very proud feeling that now we are 100% electrified, almost 99.8% electrified, and this year we will be 100 years of electric traction and 100% electrification. So no other major railway in the world has achieved this. No other country is having 100%. China, Russia, all around hovering around 60-70%, and only the Swiss railway is 100%, which is as big as Delhi. So India is the biggest electrified railway, and the total track kilometer of 1.8 lakhs kilometer is electrified as on date. So with this, we have a few challenges of logistics. I like to share a few things that when we move freight by road, there is a calculation that 101 grams of carbon is emitted per ton kilometer. When we move 1 ton for 1 kilometer by road, the emission is 101 grams of carbon. And when we move the same thing by rail, it becomes 11.5 grams of carbon emission. So it's around 10 times. As far as the green and the environmental concerns, it's 10 times better to move by rail. This 11 grams is when we are talking about the train which is run by a diesel engine. Since now 100% of the trains are electrified very soon, so then the total emission of carbon will be almost practically zero, because in an electric engine there is hardly any carbon emission, except a few smoke of some lubricant, which is almost negligible. So when we move from road to rail, electrified rail, so the say it's infinitely, there's an improvement of infinite percentage, because 101 grams it becomes almost zero. So the modal shift, as we say, that it's at present around 27%, and by 2030 we hope to do it to 45%. And this entire shifting of the freight movement will be from road to electric rail. So enormous improvements in the carbon emission will be there. As you all know, we are the very big consumer of electricity. We pay around 24,000 crores per year of electricity bill for the entire country. And with this, there is a natural thing that there must be some smoke coming out from the thermal power plant, because electricity after all will be using in electric trains. So somewhere the smoke will be coming. So now comes the next challenge. if we feed our electricity by clean energy, that is either by renewable energies, round the clock systems, or by clean nuclear energy, then even this emission of the carbon in the power plants will be reduced, will be almost zero. So massively we are, our policies are like this, that we are going for renewable energy sources. Since you all know solar is only during the daytime and our load is always 24 hours, so we'll have to have renewable energy along with the RTC, that is with BESS, battery electricity storage devices. Maybe we'll be talking about flywheel storages also. We have around 1,000 traction substations, which the load also varies. So we'll also go for smart traction substations where the peaks can be fed from the flywheel sort of storages in each TSS, so that our peaks can be fed, and overall the demand, the variations of the demand can be made good, and we can operate in an optimum way. Whenever there is a less demand, the peak is less, the flywheel speed will increase, and when the peak increases, the flywheel will decrease, and the kinetic energy will be converted to electric energy. So our whatever penalty we are paying, or whatever extra infrastructure of transmission and generation we have to keep as a nation to feed these peaks can be reduced. So this is one concept of smart traction substations. And with this, there is one more challenge, that since we have 1.8 lakhs kilometer of catenary, to maintain this catenary is again a problem. To keep it in good fettle. At present, what we do, we are having the system of schedule maintenance, as you all know, every 6 months, every year, every 2 months, depending on the experience. We have regimental certain things, that these things to be changed after 2 months, this after 3 years, this after 5 years. And we find that this is not always very useful, because sometimes the person go, and the health of the system does not deteriorate as per the timings. It depends on number of other factors like pollution, impact, the curvature of that place, and many other things. So we also want to go for AI based predictive maintenance, because neither we have so much of staff to do so much of work, and neither we have so much of outages, like whenever we have to maintain the power block, we have to take a power block. With more and more trains, we don't want to shut the trains. So we want this, that there should be a condition based monitoring systems, and only that appliances, that equipment is to be touched which is really required. So every equipment should have some self-health monitoring mechanism with some IoT based system, so that in the central place we can know the health of each and every equipment, and only that equipment is touched which really needs, which is about to fail. So in this way we will be having a better reliability and with the least cost of maintenance. With this, nuclear energy is a clean energy, as I said. The buzzword now is the small modular reactors. If SMRs will be coming, we are very much interested in SMRs also. So small modular reactors are factory fitted modular reactors, about 70 to 100 megawatts, which are very suitable for our traction substations, and even for data centers of the Amazon and all these net suppliers. So if these SMRs become commercially available, so it will be very useful. Then all our TSS will become self-independent, and all TSS can be fed from the SMRs of 100 to this thing 100 megawatts. Thorium based, as you all know, thorium is available in our country. So we are planning to have some thorium based SMR, molten salt ones. And one more thing, that since our loads are increasing, we are going for 2 into 25 kV OHE. 2 into 25 means there is a minus 25 kilovolt feeder wire running all through. And in this minus 25 feeder wire, we also want to have optical fiber embedded, so that we can also run the optical framework in the same feeder and in the same earth wire, so that we can have a very good network of the optical gateway also. So these are the few of the challenging points, and hope the industry will come also with the solutions for all these things. I think since time is short, once again I congratulate the organizers for having this conference done, and let's hope that together we'll be able to bring the railways and the nation to the most topmost position. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Well, topmost position is the only position. With this, ladies and gentlemen, before we head towards the next address and welcome the next speaker, चलिए एक छोटी सी activity करते हैं. When I say inhale, inhale, and why? When I say exhale, then exhale, right? Exactly where you're seated. Everyone on the stage is also welcome to join us. All right, inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Now that we have a little bit more oxygen running and pumping through our veins and we are a little bit more focused, let's welcome the next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, joining us on the dais, our guest of honor, please put your hands together for Professor Dr. Manoj Chaudhary, Vice Chancellor, Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to extend my heartiest congratulations to each one of us in this room on the eve of National Logistics Day. Today, if logistics is being talked about in every forum, every single discussion, it is the work of people like you who have brought the industry to this level where we can talk of logistics as some of the most important and not something which is an ancillary service. Therefore, a big round of applause to each one of you in this room for having taken the logistics to this level. And while thanking Indian Chamber of Commerce for organizing this important day, I also want to congratulate them for 100-year completion of the phenomenal job that they have been doing, and we are very happy that Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya has a very active partnership with the Indian Chamber of Commerce, and together we can do more. Ladies and gentlemen, when we talk of the logistics, in a very simple language, we all know logistics is all about taking goods or people from one place to other, from the place where it is produced or consumed via a variety of mediums where goods may be stored or processed or whatnot. Therefore, logistics is not merely transportation. Logistics is an end-to-end processing of the goods that must travel the first mile and also the last mile. And any logistics efficient system, therefore, is a combination of everything and every node that plays a significant part in this process. Of course, transportation infrastructure is an absolutely critical part for that. We briefly talked yesterday that today our country is growing very rapidly, and it is growing on 4 key aspects and 4 key pillars. One is the infrastructure, and infrastructure which is physical, social, and digital in nature, which connects. A growth which is inclusive, a manufacturing that is creating jobs, and simplification of processes that is empowering our citizens. Each one of that actually has logistics as a key theme for that. When we are creating infrastructure, whether be of railways that has been talked about, or creating national highways at the rate of 35 km a day, including projects like Bharatmala, Sagarmala and whatnot, or in railways, projects like Rail Sagar or high density traffic corridors, or the energy, mineral, coal, cement kind of corridors. or dedicated freight corridors. All we are trying to do is to expedite through transportation carries of goods or people from one place to other. Same is the case when we are trying to utilize inland waterways or our ports infrastructure and so on. But one important thing that we have to realize is logistics will become efficient when you have transport infrastructure that gives you the speed and efficiency, but also when it is interfaced very well with the service organizations that actually deliver the service in terms of logistics services. And therefore, that is a very, very important part, and that is where national logistics policy focused a lot more. While we talked about PM Gati Shakti plan as a transformational approach of building synergy across various ministries and departments and leveraging geospatial technology as a technology-enabled tool for planning and better coordination for efficient execution of the projects. On the other side, national logistics policy leverages technology and the framework of the infrastructure to deliver better services. Along with infrastructure and services paradigm, an important paradigm that sometimes we do not talk is also phenomenally important, and that is people. It is infrastructure, services, and people that together combine for the logistics efficiency or whatever we talk about logistics infrastructure. In that regards, along with the PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan, along with the National Logistics Policy, the Government of India through Act of Parliament created Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya as India's only university to focus on transportation logistics sector. Therefore, people and skilling for this entire sector are very important, because as per a report, as of now, there are 2.2 crore people who are working in the entire transportation logistics sector. And with such a booming sector, it is likely that 1 crore additional jobs may be created over the next 3-4 years. And those jobs will not be unskilled. We have to prepare people for the sector leveraging the latest technology so that a real transformation of the sector can happen. When we talk of the logistics and national logistics policy, many of the aspects you know are significantly important. Capitalizing on the success of the digital public infrastructure in India, the integrated logistics framework of the national logistics policy, whether through ULIP that integrates your port community systems or air cargo systems or Vahan or ONDC or different ministries, different systems, how it integrates together is a great example of how digitalization is leading way to efficiency in the logistics system. If you look at a logistics system, you not only want it to become the cost efficient, you also want your logistics system to be resilient and sustainable in nature. Because logistics sector is a critical and strategic sector. For some sectors, such as defense, for example, it is the resilience which is absolutely important. More than resilient, sustainable, cost efficient, a logistics system can be called the best when it is trusted. Irrespective of the cost of transporting goods from one place to other, unless your system is trustable, that goods will indeed be transferred to the desired destination in the desired time, your system does not work. Therefore, trust is an important part of the logistics system. In many of the such digital approaches that we have done, we have tried to introduce trust, we have tried to introduce blockchain systems, and many of the technological aspects. All this transformation in the logistics industry today is happening based on technology. Apart from the transport infrastructure that we talked about, whether for railways or aviation or ports or inland waterways, there is a significant focus also on warehousing sector, whether through the new warehousing policies, through Gati Shakti cargo terminals, through multimodal logistics parks. This is an important sector. And without this, actually we cannot have an end-to-end, first mile to last mile, efficient connectivity for achieving good logistics efficiency in India. Thirdly, we are talking a lot more about manufacturing in India these days. And of course, a lot of progress has happened, whether in electronic manufacturing, our exports have, for example, grown by 6 times. In mobile manufacturing, we have become number 2 in the world. We are focusing on semiconductor manufacturing, 6 units have been set up and so on. We also should know that logistics shall play a very important role for the manufacturing sector success, whether in terms of making the raw materials available in time at a desired cost and in the desired manner, and to ensure that the things that we produce gets used up at the intended destination, whether in the hinterlands or through the international routes, through EXIM logistics. That is one of the important focus of the national logistics policy. And therefore, our entire journey towards Viksit Bharat is actually based on logistics. Whether the defense manufacturing, whether automotive manufacturing, every aspect of manufacturing sector is now dependent on logistics. Every aspect of how did we control our prices, how do we act during COVID in terms of ensuring that drugs are available or the vaccines are available from one place to other was basically logistics. For defense sector, in Operation Sindoor success, logistics played a great role. So all aspects, and therefore we must be very proud of working in a sector which is key to Viksit Bharat. There are several challenges in the sector that are currently happening, and this is also a sector that is actually benefiting a lot from regulatory ease and the simplification of processes that are happening. Therefore, across all the three paradigms of infrastructure, technology, and people, there is a tremendous progress that is happening in the country and for the sector through the creation of infrastructure, through the creation of services and simplification of processes, utilizing latest technologies, whether we have to, how do we automate our warehouses, or how do you utilize robotics for moving items within the warehouses, or how do we determine what is the right quantity of the right material at the right time and doing everything right. That is the key to the logistics sector actually is something that is transforming. Therefore, logistics sector today, on the basis of new technology adoption, on the basis of reforms that are happening, reforms that are propelling our transport infrastructure sector, reforms that are propelling our services sector, are leading to a bright future for India as we move ahead for Viksit Bharat. Once again, I want to wish you all the best on the National Logistics Day Eve, and also want to congratulate ICC for 100 years of completion. And thank you so much for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Chaudhary. And now I request Mr. Vikas Lohia, Chairman, ICC National Expert Committee on Railways and Deputy Managing Director at Jupiter Wagons, to deliver his address, followed by the vote of thanks.
Good evening. I would like to take this opportunity to sincerely thank the eminent guests present here for enlightening us with their valuable insights. It is a privilege to be able to deliver the closing vote of thanks at the end of this very engaging and enriching inaugural session here. I extend my sincere thanks to our guest of honor, Professor Dr. Manoj Chaudhary, Vice Chancellor, Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya, for being present here today. Thank you. My special thanks go to Dr. Jaideep Gupta, Additional Member, Railway Electrification, Railway Board, Ministry of Railways, for his presence. Thank you, sir. My heartfelt thanks go to Dr. Surendra Kumar Ahirwar, IRTS Executive Director, Traffic Commercial, Ministry of Railways, Government of India. Thank you, sir. I would also like to extend my thanks to my very close friend, Mr. Kanish Sethia, Chairman, ICC National Expert Committee on Logistics and Supply Chain, and CEO, Western Carriers. Thank you, Kanish. I would like to thank our friends from the media for being present here and widely covering today's conference. On behalf of the Indian Chamber of Commerce, I would take this opportunity to acknowledge the support of our sponsors and all concerned present here for the support and cooperation and making this initiative a grand success. I think the session successfully addressed the key issues and scope associated with logistics sector and its role in achieving Viksit Bharat by 2047. In this regard, I would like to highlight a few salient points. As 2025 progresses, government-driven initiatives will not only shape the logistics industry, but also create a robust logistics ecosystem capable of supporting India's long-term economic ambitions. With a strong policy framework in place, the logistics sector is poised to drive efficiency, innovation, and competitiveness on a global scale. The development of multimodal logistics parks, integrated manufacturing and logistics clusters, dedicated freight corridors, and inland waterways are being implemented to boost logistics efficiency and connectivity. The strategic focus on modernizing port facilities and expanding rail freight capacity and establishing inland container depots will create a comprehensive, well-connected logistics ecosystem capable of supporting India's ambitious economic goals. As our speakers mentioned, the logistics cost in India is around 15% of GDP, and we want to bring it down to 7 to 8%. So these steps will certainly help. The combined impact of digital transformation, sustainability measures, infrastructure development, and trade facilitation will ensure that India's logistics industry continues to evolve, contributing significantly to the nation's economic growth and global trade ambitions. As a result, businesses across sectors will benefit from more efficient, cost-effective, and technologically advanced logistics landscape. Additionally, sustainable logistic practices such as adoption of electric vehicles are gaining traction, reflecting the growing importance of environmental considerations within this sector. As India continues to evolve into a major global economy, an efficient and future-ready logistics infrastructure will be essential to sustain economic growth and maintain global trade and competitiveness. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
And now, as usually, these events and sessions transpire, requesting Mr. Lohia to kindly come forward along with all our other speakers as we have a small token of appreciation on behalf of Indian Chamber of Commerce. Requesting Mr. Lohia to kindly do the honors. First and foremost, ladies and gentlemen, once again, let's put our hands together for the guest of honor, Professor Dr. Manoj Chaudhary, Vice Chancellor, Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya. To our special guest, Dr. Jaideep Gupta, IRSEE Additional Member, Railway Electrification, Railway Board, Ministry of Railways, Government of India. Our keynote speaker, Dr. Surendra Kumar Ahirwar, IRTS Executive Director, Traffic Commercial, Ministry of Railways, Government of India. To our first speaker, Mr. Kanishk Sethia, Chairman ICC National Expert Committee on Logistics and Supply Chain, ICC, and CEO Western Carriers. And could I please request Mr. Sethia of kindly doing the honors of presenting a token of appreciation to Mr. Lohia. But this is not all. To present another small token of appreciation on behalf of Urban Infra Group, I now welcome the Managing Director and CEO, Mrs. Mamta Shah. First and foremost, to Professor Dr. Manoj Chaudhary. सर्दियों में कभी किसी की मम्मी ने डांट कर च्यवनप्राश खिलाया? च्यवनप्राश हमारी बॉडी को विटामिन सी देता है. सिमिलरली एक परफॉर्मर के लिए, एक स्पीकर के लिए तालियां विटामिन सी का काम करती हैं. तो जितनी जोरदार आपकी तालियां, उतनी जोरदार आज की शाम टू डॉक्टर जयदीप गुप्ता. An absolute delight to have amongst us Dr. Surendra Kumar Ahirwar. An absolute delight to have amongst us Mr. Kanishk Sethia. And a big thank you to Mr. Vikas Lohia, Chairman, ICC National Expert Committee on Railways and Deputy Managing Director, Jupiter Wagons. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for your time, for your valuable insights. Thanks a lot. Well, we love to commemorate special moments very much like this one. And as insisted by the photo wala Babu, let's quickly take a picture. Of course, with big smiles on our faces. With this, we come to the end of the inaugural session of the final segment presented by the Indian Chamber of Commerce. Moving on, now we are going to start our first panel discussion titled Role of AI, IoT and Next Generation Technology in Developing Sustainable Transport Infrastructure. Technological information innovations like digitization and automation are transforming the logistics industry. This transformation is also driving change in the freight transport flows. Let me remind everyone in the audience that the event is still on. Please do not break the decorum. Kindly be seated. Requesting everyone in the respected audience to be kindly seated and not to break the decorum. The transformation that we are talking about is also driving change in freight transport flows by all modes of transport. The panel will discuss how leveraging technologies such as AI and IoT can enhance operational efficiency by optimizing transport routes and therefore reduce the environmental impact. Join me as I welcome the panelists. Joining us on stage, please put your hands together for Lieutenant Colonel Alok Shankar Pandey, Group General Manager, IT and CISO, Dedicated Freight Corridor Corporation of India. With a round of applause. Thank you very much. Welcome, sir. Thank you. Joining us up next, Mr. Rahul Yadav, IRTS Deputy Chief Operations Strategy and Planning, DMRC. Rahul sir, I'm very sorry, but before you get seated, I would like for you to face the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Mr. Rahul Yadav. And now you can be seated. Thank you. Joining us up next, Associate Vice President, Sales and Distribution at Jindal Stainless Limited, Mr. Ranit Rana. Joining us up next, Managing Director, Rail Runner Innovations Private Limited. Please welcome Mr. Manish Puri. And completing the panel, a former army officer. She currently heads Intermodal for Maersk South Asia, driving sustainable multimodal transport solution. Please put your hands together for Major Jyoti Joshi Mittar. Requesting the moderator for this particular session, Lieutenant Colonel Alok Shankar Pandey, to kindly take it forward from here. And due to the paucity of time, I would request you to be kindly mindful of the TikTok Baba right here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So very good afternoon to everyone. And at the outset, I would want to thank ICC for organizing this event and also congratulate them on the centenary year. Insofar as the topic for the session is concerned, which is leveraging emerging technologies or next generation technologies like AI, IoT and machine learning for evolving a sustainable transport infrastructure. The topic is very relevant, especially given the context today. And I'll take a cue from where Kanishk left. If we are looking at $1.2 trillion contribution from the logistics sector to a $5 trillion economy, we're looking at 25% of the whole GDP coming from the logistics sector. And we have poised at a very crucial juncture today where You have a lot of infrastructure projects coming up in various logistics sectors, as also a plethora of technologies which have just come over on the skyline, if I may say slightly better than skyline, which have started to be adopted in various sectors. So this session becomes very important to at least look at how these emerging technologies can be adopted, and we will go through the eminent panelists that we have with me, their experiences of adoption of these technologies, exploitation of these technologies, the challenges that they faced, and what roadmap or what is the expectation, their expectation going forward. So I'll start first with Major Jyoti. So Major Jyoti, what has happened is we have seen a lot of technologies and a lot of buzzword around technology, AI, ML, IoT. My first question to decipher the maze that I would put to you is, do you think these technologies are actually relevant to be absorbed, or there's a very big hype around them and people are just rushing after them because of the fear of missing out?
So technological struggle to answer a technological question. So, so what I would say is, not every new trending, shiny tech is a business solution, right? When you are looking at technology, I think it's really important to also ponder as to whether it makes business sense to you or not. What is the pain area that you are trying to resolve with that particular technology? Is the new technology going to bring more operational efficiencies? Is it going to bring in exponential growth in customer satisfaction? Is it going to bring in cost optimization? So whether it addresses your pain areas or not is the biggest test that you decide whether a technology is good or not. And well, there's a August gathering here and esteemed panelists here, they already know, what is automation and what is AI per se. Just for the sake of repetition, automation is something that, you are doing certain things where the rules are set by humans, and you are doing it with some kind of, you are trying to remove any manual intervention and you are doing it on a auto mode. Whereas AI is basically the system which has an intelligence of its own. It thinks, it learns, it adapts, and it decides. So in terms of logistics, right, I am taking care of the intermodal. So what I would be looking at technically or practically as well is cost optimizations, route optimizations, how do I give visibility to my customers, how do I get operational efficiency in there. So if I'm looking at a forecasting, route optimization, maybe AI is the tool for me. But if I'm looking at a visibility, track and trace, then IoT is the way for me. And if I'm looking at, reducing the manual intervention, eradicating the repetitive tasks, then it is a small automation that can fix the problem for me. But logistics is a complex subject, right? We have complexity of weather, we have complexity of infrastructure constraint, we have complexity of so many kinds that come when you do a logistical operation. To hand over everything to AI is also not something very practical here. But some of the industry segments are doing it really well. So if you look at airline ticketing, right, they have all those machine learnings built in their tools as to what will be the seasonality, how to behave in a weather situation, what will be the demand surge in order to have a dynamic pricing for their airline tickets. So I think at the end of it, no technology is good, bad, worse. It is what your pain area is, and you adopt the technology as per your business scope or the value that it brings to the business. So that's my take. Yeah.
Thank you, Jyoti. Very pertinent point brought out by you. Technology has to make business sense before it is adopted. Now I'll move to my friend Manish, who wears multiple hats. And I'll ask him to take out a rabbit of one of his hats and probably come out with throw some light on the first part that I said, fear of missing out. And second, if technology has to be adopted, especially in the logistics sector, do you think it is going to be ground up or it is going to be top down?
Thank you. So first and foremost, technology is an enabler. Technology itself is not the solution, right? So when we look at what technology is going to do it's going to solve a problem for us. I think the job of the logistics sector or the jobs of any one of us is to identify the problem, identify a pain point, and look at whether technology, and it could be AI, it could be IoT, it could be an automation, as Jyoti was saying, whether technology can help me solve that problem faster, cheaper, more efficiently in some way or the other, right? So I think we tend sometimes to go a little overboard and start looking at technology as something which is independent of the problem that it is trying to solve, right? So it is a problem solving technique. For generations, people have been doing it. The one example I like to use is, for example, from the generation from which I come, when I go to a shop and I'm buying something, invariably when the shopkeeper is adding on a calculator, I'm adding on my head and seeing whether I can get there faster. Sometimes I can get there faster. I don't think any of today's generation can get there faster. But that's not a function of their inability. That is a function of how technology has taken a skill set and made it better for the current generation, right? So very clearly, technology is an enabler, and we need to look at it from that point of view. Secondly, whether technology should go bottom up or top down, I feel that the questions will always come bottom up, right? The solutions, it's open-ended, right? There is sometimes a lot of sense in looking at solutions in other sectors, in other industries, and adapting them and therefore bringing them top down, right? But in many cases, and in the logistics sector, and I've always said that this is a sector which is a very brick and mortar sector. At the end of the day, we are transporters. We are people who provide a service of getting goods from A to B. I know a lot of people in logistics don't like to say that we are transporters, but I like to say that that's what we do. We move things from A to B. That's our fundamental objective, efficiently, right? So from that point of view, yes, it has to go bottom up. The problem has to come from the bottom. The solution can come from the side, from the top, anyway.
Thank you, Manish. Very insightful. And I love the point that you made about technology being enabler, because most of the people tend to jump upon any new technology just because they want it in the arsenal that we also do this. And we forget the core business concerns at times. Now that technology being an enabler and a business case has been established, let's listen from Rahul. What and where have you used the emerging technologies, and what dividends have they paid out for you?
Thank you, Colonel Pandey. Taking a cue from our fellow panelists, like Sin said that AI is an enabler. I want to segment the discussion that, till now, having technology, IoT, internet, computing system, and AI are two very distinct things. The moment you bring in AI, there is a concept called machine learning, where there is a decision making involved. Prior to that, whatever technology we are using, they were making things faster, but we did not allow them to take decisions. In the future, with the advent of AI, that decision making will come into picture. So, but the core concept remains same. AI will always be an enabler. So the end goal, the input and the starting point and the end point. For example, in case of logistics, in case of transportation, since a lot of discussion has been done in case of logistics and transportation across India, I will remain fixed on the urban part of it. Urban transportation, when we talk about, the sole objective is to take either commodity, which is goods in this case, or the individual from point A to point B safely, securely, comfortably. That will always remain the same. Either you bring a technology or you bring AI. Having said that, with the adoption of any technology, there are like a few clarifications that I need to make. There is always so much of buzz. When the cloud computing came, when IT came, when the app ecosystem came, there was so much of buzz around it. The buzz is there, but it always takes a technology much more time than we think initially. Second, the impact factor which a technology has will always be much more than we could imagine right now. In the case of Delhi Metro, I would just say, like, when you're using technology, technology is always be segmented around 4 parts. First and foremost will always be the customers. How you are making the life of the individual customers better. So for example, Delhi Metro started with digitalization in terms of ticketing system. Right now, more than 50% of the tickets are actually being generated digitally. It is also through the number of channels. You can have cards, you can have digital segment as well. We brought in actual AI in the form of a Chetna chatbot, which assists you in planning your journey, providing you the route map, the congestion, everything is there. Second part is the operations and maintenance. So in operations part, Delhi Metro has taken lead in India in terms of driverless train operations. So like maybe most of you are knowing, the magenta line and the pink line in Delhi are actually running without drivers. It's a big leap forward. So what we have taken forward is, when you're talking of the autonomous vehicles, so it is the similar concept brought in the rail segment. So the whole idea of autonomous vehicle is to run a system or run a vehicle safely in a safe area around. So the technology that is being used is communication-based train technology, CBTC that is called. And we are actually running without roving attendants, without drivers, the train is being run. Third part is the maintenance. World over, the maintenance segment, where the technology is making much inroads in part of IoT and AI in the coming years, will be predictive maintenance. So how are you installing the sensors so that prior to the failure point, you have an access point that, okay, I need to make an intervention. There will always be some basis line which will tell, okay, this is the strength factor of the, for example, in this case, maybe the building, rolling stock, the track that you're using. So that in itself is going to save 25 to 30% of the cost, because you are repairing the asset prior to its failure. We are working very closely on that, taking cue from some of the best places like Hong Kong has implemented second lead in predictive maintenance. Last part would be the business component. How you're using AI in the business segment. Just a small example because of the paucity of the time. In one of the lines, you can actually see the occupation of passengers in a particular coach. So prior to boarding, the passenger knows, okay, in the 6th coach, I have 15 seats left. So you can plan things accordingly. These are some small interventions that Delhi Metro has made so as to make the life of the commuter easy. Thank you.
So thank you, Rahul. Very important that you highlighted the difference between automation and intelligence, artificial intelligence first, because a lot of people, while absorbing technology, tend to solve, again, problems which can be automation-related problems through artificial intelligence and artificial intelligence-related problem through automation. I'll now move to my friend Ranit over here. And Ranit, you have been in the manufacturing sector and steel. So in the manufacturing, how are you looking at these new technologies? And especially, many people are talking of the manufacturing 4.0. In fact, 5.0 is what being talked now. So manufacturing 4.0, what is the impact of technology in manufacturing 4.0, and how have you adopted, or what is your learning curve till now?
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you, Major Pandey, for this question. So Colonel Pandey, for this question. So I've been in the steel segment, all through my life, Tata Steel, Jindals. So, when I was going through this, if you look at the title of the session, it says role of AI, IoT, and next generation technology in developing sustainable transport infrastructure. So it took me a long time, to basically, to analyze, how much benefit that sustainability will get, if you are able to implement this. I'll share with you my concerns, and I have several, queries on that. But first of all, coming to his question, of course, these technologies are there to stay. And if you look at the manufacturing segment, and particularly the steel segment, digital twin is something, which is gaining traction. And primarily in areas, in production units like LD, or for the steel making, or for the blast furnaces, where it is extremely difficult, to really observe, because it's covered with molten metal. So we need to make use of digital twins to identify the problems and also for predictive maintenance. So definitely that's one technology which is getting implemented in manufacturing segment. Now coming to my questions, and I have several of them. So, AI, IoT, the basic foundation is they run at, amazing speeds. And for that, you need to have semiconductor chips. The production of semiconductor chips, emits a huge amount of carbon dioxide. I was just reading one of the articles, and it says by 2030, the semiconductor industry is going to generate 277 million tons of carbon dioxide. Now, whenever we are focusing on developing sustainable, transport infrastructure, we are looking at decarbonization. So on one hand, we are implementing technologies which are going to generate huge amounts of carbon dioxide. So parallelly, we need to develop, enabling technologies, for example, carbon capture technologies to, to neutralize this generation of carbon dioxide. Secondly, I was also going through, all of you know that shortly India is going to become one of the leaders in data centers. Today, America leads the pack with 5,000 data centers, followed by Germany, I think with 500. Then you have UK, you have China and Canada. India today has about 155 data centers. And it was in 2024, and in 2026, it's projected to double. Now, each of these data centers, they generate 12,000 tons of carbon dioxide emissions annually. So, India is poised to become the data center of the world, maybe second to US over the next 3-4 years. But then do we have the enabling environment? Do we have sufficient carbon capture technologies, or people focusing on reducing carbon dioxide emissions to address this huge generation of carbon dioxide? So that's one of the questions which I had, that on one hand, of course, we will be utilizing artificial intelligence, we'll be having Internet of Things, but then how do we eradicate, or how do we address the problem of carbon dioxide emissions? And if you have attended my session in the morning, it says that the whole world is trying to limit the temperature rise to 1.5 degrees centigrade. However, in last year 2024, the temperature rose by almost 1.7 degrees centigrade. And even if it rises by 1.5 degrees centigrade, it's going to have a catastrophic influence on the world. So this is my question, and of course I have several more which I'll try to put forth as we move forward with our discussions. Yeah.
Thank you, Ranit. Your questions, questions actually tempt me to take off on a different tangent, because sustainability in the context of probably what we're discussing today, or even largely, even in boardrooms, is what is talked is of business sustainability. Ecological sustainability is a different chapter altogether, and even with all the parameters of scope evaluations or measurements in place, people are not looking at scope 1 in any case. So they are only looking at operational net zero. It doesn't matter if my carbon emission is offset to some other place, or there are tangential. Yes, that's a much larger debate. Probably we'll have to look at it. I'll move to Jyoti now. Jyoti, you are in the probably in that sphere where you are agnostic to the mode of transport. So you're in the surface, land, sea, everywhere. What use of AI have you probably come across in your organization, which probably harmonizes or brings in efficiency in the movement of freight?
Yeah, so just to add or answer to your question, and just to show what Maersk is doing per se, we have now 11 methanol powered vessels, and the count is only increasing. And in a world trade where commercials really matter, still Maersk as a commitment to climate change has brought in these 11 methanol vessels. It's a front runner as far as the global shipping lines are concerned for its climate commitment. Yeah. In fact, now we are also offering EV solutions for containerized movement, which has not been done so far in India. All of your container movement, EXIM container movement, is through normal diesel or diesel trailers. So we are moving on to EVs in some segment where the infra for charging is available with us. Yeah. Now, on the AI front, I think this audience is the first audience to actually listen about it, because this is one thing that Maersk is now bringing. We are bringing one of the most powerful AI tool for shipping industry for the very first time, and it's called Maersk Visibility Studio. So basically, from a descriptive visibility, we are moving towards prescriptive intelligence. I know these are big jargons, so I'll just add 3 more jargons and then in a layman language tell you a simplified AI version. So basically it has ETA prediction models, disruptive intelligence, and also recommendation engine in this AI tool. So say for example, if you have booked a container from anywhere in India to anywhere in US, you are told that with the system that, and right now also you come to know that my ETA is say around 33 days. But then there are changes midway. There is weather, there can be geopolitical instability, there can be congestion at the destination port, there can be congestion at the transshipment port, and number of complexities that are there in logistics can come in. So the system automatically, through its own machine learning and AI tools, will give a predictive ETA, and not only give a predictive ETA, but also using its own intelligence without any manual intervention, using its own intelligence, will start downstream actions also. So it can, through its recommendation engine, tell the customers, do you want to roll the cargo? Do you want to hold it at the transshipment port? Do you want to not take it to the port and look at some other destination where it can be taken for a lesser duration, so on and so forth. So this gives the customer a full end-to-end visibility. The handling of whatever disruptions that are happening midway to their cargo. And this AI tool, the Maersk Visibility Studio, is capable of being API integrated with the company's, the customer's API setup as well. So you have real-time dashboards available with you to look at the visibility of your cargo. So imagine you are Apple, and Apple has a high-value cargo which needs to reach before September, because that is when the holidays begin in the Western countries. They want it on the shelf. So these are some of the models that Maersk is now bringing, and it's a very powerful AI tool, which is not only giving you the visibility, but it is also prescriptive intelligence, handling decisions on your behalf.
Thank you, Jyoti. I move now to Manish. I would want you to wear your consultant hat now and come up with probably use cases that you have seen, or you would want to advise the people in the logistics sector where it makes real sense to adopt emerging technologies to make business cases?
Okay, so let me talk to you about something that I've actually been doing for a company that I represent, Rail Runner, which is a rail cum road technology company. So I mean, part of the product is a physical product where you have cargo moving from customer's door to customer's door in a seamless manner without being handled anywhere on route. Road vehicle, rail vehicle, road vehicle, all seamless, right? So that's the technology from the hardware point of view, right? But what we are also developing as a sort of adjunct to this technology are two separate products. One is a product for the customer, which is about ensuring that as far as the customer is concerned, he has both visibility, so that there is information, and his experience should not be affected by the choice of mode. So he should not have to decide, or he should not have to change his decision making based on, oh, today I have to plan for a truck, today I have to plan for a train, today I have to talk to this. So, you know, basically integrate all of that in terms of decision making. So that's a product that we are working on, so that the customer basically says, what is my outcome? What is my requirement? I want to go from A to B. The system then tells you, obviously, if it's something that is being developed for a particular proprietary technology, it will work with that technology. But it can also be generalized. Putting on the, you know, you can have a system which tells a customer that the best way of getting here is this combination of, it could be tech, it could be mode, it could be vendor, it could be various things. So that's one thing that we are working on. The second thing we are working on is, because the product requires an integration of chassis, bogies, trailers, handling equipment, we are trying to use technology, and here we are actually working with an AI generated or an AI engine, which will actually work to figure out what is the most effective and what is the most efficient way of optimizing how this whole system will work, right? So rather than having an operations team figuring out how many chassis I'll keep here, how many chassis I'll keep here, what is the kind of handling equipment I need in what place, this is all gets done through an AI engine, which simply prescribes based on the demand. So at some point, these two systems also start talking to each other. So, you know, and this is coming back to where we started, that at the end of the day, technology has to be the enabler. There is a problem, you need to find a solution. The days when you had to count the numbers in your head don't exist anymore, right? So what is the technology? Is it an optimized? So what we're doing is looking at optimizing AI as a combination to solve a problem for both ourselves and the customer.
Thank you, Manish. What you actually say raises a very important question is, do I look at technology adoption from the perspective of the end user or my own business case? Because then you have different transport operators in between, on the surface transport, on the sea, on the aviation sector. And then if Ranit has to move his, if he's looking at an end-to-end customer focus or a B2B transaction, move his production from place A to place B to his another business premise, how does he go about it? So I would come to Ranit now. Your thoughts on this multi-sector integration, and how open would you be to interface with an AI-based solution where your inputs, the intermediaries' inputs, and the end user inputs are all on the same common data platform?
Hello. Yeah. Well, if we look at the steel segment as such, our movements are primarily coils, sheets, plates. And if you look at Jindal Stainless, we are primarily in the domestic segment, where most of the movement happens by road. And now, of course, with our expansion plans coming into play, we are also, putting a lot of effort in expanding the rail network. Now, how does AI, come into the picture? Well, of course, the first and foremost, what comes into my mind is the route optimization, and henceforth, efficient utilization of the transportation mode between the steel companies on the road, or steel, road, and rail. So yes, route optimization comes to be, seems to be the most appropriate AI solution. Other than that, Internet of Things, we have read about automated driving, self-driving. Well, that's possible, in terms of rails. Because of course, you've read that many of the metro lines which are coming into play, which are already in operation, they have self-driving cars. So yes, rail wagons, as far as, from the rail perspective, it is possible, the IoT. However, it's not possible for road movement, because in Indian condition, we really do not know what you will be facing driving on roads. So yes, using technological intervention, one is of course the process optimization, the capacity utilization of the vehicles, and maybe Internet of Things for self-driving, rail movement.
Thank you, Ranit. Rahul, I'll come to you. With the new regulatory frameworks emerging every day, data protection, the GDPR, the DPDP, the Privacy Acts, etc., and now you're operating a chatbot in an organization. And only yesterday I was going through an article. Either OpenAI or Google Gemini has said that in view of GDPR and the privacy, they do not recommend use our algorithms or do not share your data with our algorithm. And the most common low-hanging fruit was use these llamas which are available to generate chatbots. So how does the emerging regulatory framework affect business operations?
Thank you, Colonel Pandey. Due to the paucity of the time, I will try to frame my answer in 3 segments. First will be what has been just asked. See, the whole discussion regarding the regulatory framework with regard to AI comes because when we are talking about decision making in case of AI, nobody knows what happens. Nobody knows how we take decision. Like we humans, if somebody asks you how exactly you came to a particular decision, you cannot pinpoint the answer. You can be as objective as possible, but ultimately there is an element of subjectivity involved. Same is happening in the case of AI. So what is happening in case of machine learning? You are feeding loads and loads, trillions of data. And there are several interfaces or layers which are actually working or thinking like human brain. But ultimately, how it comes down to the singular point, that is not very clear to the industry yet. It will take some time. So that creates the black box problem that we are actually facing. Now, when you talk of regulation, so when there is this merging of AI and transportation, so will the regulatory framework of AI operate on that, or the regulatory framework of transportation will operate on that? I mean, you cannot decide on that. It has to be in a conjunction basis. So the thing that stays is that when you're starting utilization of AI in transportation, it has to start from scratch. So there we have a principle called as security by design. So here it will be the infrastructure design from scratch. So there the semiconductors, the AI, everything will come in tandem with the steel and the cement and everything. And thereon you can make the framework in the future. However, world over, the regulatory frameworks are actually struggling with this thing. But I always believe that digitalization does not start with the tools. It starts with people. So whenever you are utilizing an AI or IoT framework, always understand that you have to start with people and the different segments they are involved in. So what are those stakeholders? One will be their customers. Second will be those who will actually implement the design solutions. And third will be the regulators. I just can say about the Indian Railways and the metro system. We have a very stringent system of Commissioner of Railway Safety, Commissioner of Metro Rail Safety. So no matter what new technology you bring into the system, you have to go pass through them. And they have been kept under Ministry of Civil Aviation, not with Ministry of Housing and Urban Development or with Ministry of Railways. That is for the segmentation that you have to bring in terms of delivery. Second part to it is that, like, we are talking about the sustainable transportation. We'll just take a brief discussion, a little detour. That there has been like two modes in terms of development of transportation. One is the conventional mode and another is the sustainable mode. Conventional mode of transport planning has always been about reducing the vehicular congestion. The problem it has created that it induces the congestion itself. You go on building more roads, what will happen? People will buy more cars. You go on bringing in new technology frameworks to aid to that, again the users will increase. And that when it is happening when the percentage of road network in India is far less than the global average. We are around 10% of road networks, where the global average which is suggested is around 20-25%. The conventional mode don't even think about walking as a mode of transportation. What kind of a city you want to live in? Personally, I would want to be in a place where I can easily walk from point A to point B if I choose to. Right now you cannot. The roads are congested, narrow, there are breaking points between. So the roads currently have been designed for people who are actually travel by cars. The sustainable model is very different. It focuses on people, the users. So, and the non-motorized transport part, which includes walking, cycling. And it focuses on the elements which create the least amount of environmental impact. So automatically they will focus on public transport. Eventually sustainable transport will be in the form of access to everyone. The city should be as accessible to an individual who does not own any private vehicle as it is to a person who owns a BMW. Second will be the terms of Second will be the equity. Normally we are actually deliberating between the social divide. What about a digital divide? Then there will be an AI divide. Third will be about the economic impact in terms of the expenditure. And fourth will be about the environment. So, I mean, just to sum up, there are certain elements which will be in conjunction with AI, IoT technology and the sustainable transformation in terms of transport sector. One will be the integrated use of land development. That is very largely being taken up by Gati Shakti, and a lot will be discussed in the second panel itself. Second will be terms of the transit-oriented development. That is actually happening with the RRTS, if you have read about it. Then there will shift towards public transport, non-motorized transport, making walkways. And a good point and example just want to share. What is the average utilization of a car in a day? How long it actually runs? The global average is 1 hour. For 23 hours, your car stands still. So what will happen if you have an autonomous car? The number will stay the same. So that is not the solution to it. So moving towards public transport, bringing in cleaner fuels, predictive maintenance will be the solution. AI is not a solution, it's just a means to an end, and we have to start from design thinking at the scratch, along with enabling cybersecurity solutions in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Rahul, for your interesting thoughts. What you touched upon in the latest part was something which is of prominence and importance for the regulators, which is Regulations 4.0 or Regulator of Regulators. And obviously, finally, the panel has shared their thoughts, and it is I may not be wrong when I say that all thoughts revolve around one thing. There has to be a business case to adoption of technology, and that technology can be anything. So thank you to all my panelists for sharing their thoughts, and to the organizers. And though you are in a hurry, if we have time for 1 or 2 questions, we can just push it through if it is feasible.
I must offer my sincerest apologies, but I believe due to the paucity of time, we can squeeze one question relevant to the discussion.
If it is existing.
If anyone from the audience has a question, simply raise your hand and we shall pass on a mic.
So we have Mr. Suri. You're audible, please go ahead.
Okay. Is it totally unmanned? Because at one time you had driverless operation, but a man was there. You call him attendant, observer, whatever. So unless it is completely unmanned, having driverless is not much of an achievement.
Thank you, sir, for the question. First, my question is, do we really want it to be completely unmanned? Okay, just a lighter note. On line 7, it is not completely unmanned. That's by design. On line 8, that is a magenta light, it is actually completely unmanned. So in terms of technological capacity, we have that thing, but the guidelines say that you need to have one roving attendant. So the roving attendant is not sitting in the cab. He's just for emergency operation. But on the magenta line, we are actually running trains where there is no roving attendant at all. So
Since when? Since when?
It's been around 7-8 months at least.
Achha, because you started 3-4 years ago, is it?
The first phase was in 2017, then 2018. So there are actually grade of automation prescribed by the Commissioner of Railway Safety, and that we had to follow. So whenever we want, we run, and line 8 we are actually running. So every 2 trains out of 3 are running without any attendant.
In fact, to answer one more, add to that point, if you leave a train autonomous in the way that you are looking at, totally autonomous, you will be in violation of the EU AI Act, and most of the AI acts around the world are stemming out from there. So you'll never have a automation solution or AI based solution where you'll probably not have man in the middle or man in the loop for critical systems. Thank you.
But in an autonomous car, we have a lot of them flying today. You have nobody.
Autonomous
cars. Yeah.
That's a totally different discussion altogether, with its all vulnerabilities, presence, etc., etc. I think the organizers will be cursing me if I proceed ahead with them. Thank you.
Well, I believe this particular discussion can be summed up over a cup of tea or a cup of joe, I believe. Okay, with the same, could I please encourage all our esteemed panelists to kindly come forward and join us for a picture and to present a token of appreciation on behalf of Indian Chamber of Commerce. To our esteemed panel, joining us on stage is the Senior Assistant Director, Ms. Nidhi Barman. निधि जी का स्वागत जोरदार तालियों के साथ. An absolute delight to have with us our esteemed panelists. Well, this particular section is my favorite section since they know what a celebratory moment is. Thank you for joining in with your claps. Thank you very much, Ms. Berman, and also to present a token of appreciation for your time and your invaluable insights. Joining us on stage is the Managing Director and CEO at Urban Infra Group. Please give it up for Srimati Mamta Shah. Since this is Mr. Ranit Rana's second session with us today, I'm afraid we've already delivered your trophy for your participation, your token of appreciation. Thank you very much. Absolutely, absolutely. And once again, I do not fancy myself a mind reader, but मैं सोच रही हूँ कि आप सभी ये ज़रूर सोच रहे होंगे कि उन सबको तो गिफ्ट मिल रहा है, पर हमें कब मौका मिलेगा गिफ्ट जीतने का? Well, this is your chance. I am going to roam about this hall. I will call out one random item. आपको सबसे पहले वो random item लेकर मुझ तक पहुंचना है, and you have to place it on my hand. The person who does it first wins, right? Super simple. For the sake of the picture, of course, let's do it for the gram. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for this very productive panel discussion. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. Now, before we head towards the final panel discussion for today's conference, couple of gifts for our lovely audience. एक बार फिर मैं एक random item नाम लूंगी। अगर वो आइटम आपके पास मौजूद है तो आपको अपनी सीट से खड़े होकर मुझ तक आकर वो आइटम मेरे हाथ में प्लेस करना है। कृपया सीट पे बैठे आइटम हिलाकर यूं मत कहिए कि मैडम यहाँ मैडम वहां। राइट, एंड द फर्स्ट रैंडम आइटम इज आधार कार्ड। आजकल आधार के बिना कुछ नहीं चलता है, तो गेम कैसे चलेगी? सर बटुआ बाद में बंद कीजिएगा, पहले आधार दीजिएगा। हो गया सर, इट्स डन। Congratulations and congratulations. And just so that everybody in the audience gets a fair chance to win some exciting prizes, I'm going to take a stroll about, and the next random item is a pen. सर पेन, कार्ड तो मैंने बोला ही नहीं। ये आपका पेन और ये आपका गिफ्ट। All right, quickly towards this section so that everybody gets an equal and fair opportunity to win some exciting prizes. The next random item is a plain white handkerchief. A plain white handkerchief. Sir, गाड़ी निकल गई। पहले आप करते करते। All right, quickly towards that section. And the next random item is a lipstick. किसी सज्जन के पर्स में से निकलेगी तो काफी हैरानी हो जाएगी। मैडम, वो हिंदी में कहावत है ना कि प्यासा चल के कुएं के पास जाता है, कुआं चल के प्यासे के पास नहीं आता। एंड दिस इज योर्स। ऑलराइट, टाइम फॉर द फाइनल रैंडम आइटम। And the final random item is a passport size photo. किसी की भी। थोड़ा जल्दी। क्या बात है, पासपोर्ट साइज फोटो और ये आपका गिफ्ट। Thank you very much. Can we have a round of applause for all the winners? Fantastic. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we are now headed towards the final panel discussion for today's conference. Title: Next Mile, Enhancing Public-Private Synergies. The logistics industry in India is at the cusp of a significant transformation. This transformation is propelled mostly by new alliances between the public and private sectors, PPPs. Enhancing PPPs in India's logistics sector is crucial for improving efficiency, reducing cost, and fostering economic growth. This helps leveraging the strength of both the public and the private sectors, with governments providing land policy support and long-term planning, while private entities contribute capital, technologies, and operational expertise. Join me as I welcome our panelists. First and foremost, a big round of applause for Mr. Sanjeev Garg, IRTSCMILT, Secretary General, the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport, India, former Managing Director, Pipavav Railway Corporation Limited, and former additional member, Railway Board. Everyone, let's give it up for Mr. Sanjeev Garg. Joining us up next, the former Managing Director and CEO at IRSDC. Please welcome Dr. Sanjeev Kumar Lohia. Joining us up next, the former CEO at National Highways Logistics Management Limited. Please put your hands together for Mr. Prakash Gaur. Our next panelist, former Vice Chairman, Rail Land Development Authority. Please welcome Mr. Ved Prakash Dudeja. And completing the panel, the former General Manager, Rail Coach Factory, Kapurthala. Please give it up for Mr. Surinder Suri. And now requesting the moderator, Mr. Sanjeev Garg, to kindly further the conversation.
Thank you. This is, of course, the last session. So sometimes the attention span of the audience may have got affected, but I'm sure that as we proceed ahead, we will find the session interesting enough for the audience to remain attentive to what we are going to say. So we have an excellent panel with us today. Mr. Surinder Suri, he is the former general manager of the rail coach factory. We have Mr. Sanjeev Lohia, who is a railwayman, and his last assignment on the railways was as CEO of the Indian Railway Station Development Corporation. Subsequently, he's been associated as a senior advisor with the World Bank, and now he's taking up a lot of other activities as a consultant. We have Mr. Ved Prakash Dudeja. He is also a railwayman, and his last assignment before superannuation was as vice chairman of the Rail Land Development Authority. And of course, we have Mr. Prakash Gaur, who was the CEO of the National Highway Logistics Development Corporation. So all these speakers, panel members we have today are indeed distinguished in their respective fields, and the session today that we are going to have is basically concerning the next mile, enhancing public-private partnership. The points for discussion, I'll just quickly read them out. Streamlining land acquisition and single window clearances for logistics hubs. Role of viability gap funding to attract private players in underserved regions. Stable, predictable regulatory regime to build investor confidence. And finally, what are the top 3 priority areas for PPP in the next decade? I'm sure our speakers will enlighten us on these aspects that I have mentioned. But we have fortunately a presentation from Mr. Surinder Suri. I will request him to start off with his presentation, and then we will discuss with the other speakers. Over to you, sir. Mr. Suri will be enlightening us on the hydrogen trains in India which are likely to be introduced within this year.
Okay, hello. Dear co-panelists, all the other distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I will be making a brief presentation on the first hydrogen train in India. Normally, the pudding is served after the main meal, but I will be serving the pudding right in the beginning because it will make you feel happy. A hydrogen train has been running in Germany for the last 5 to 6 years. And these are under development in 10 other countries. These include USA, UK, Canada, China, Japan, and India. Can you guess which country is developing the most powerful and the longest hydrogen train? Any guesses? India. Yes, it is India, you're right. All the other countries are developing hydrogen trains which have a composition of 2, 3 or 4 coaches. India is the only country in the world which is developing a hydrogen train with 10 coaches. And what is the time frame? It is not distant future. It is today. In the next 2 months from now, the first hydrogen train should be getting rolled out and allowing 1 or 2 months for oscillation trials and other tests. In 4 to 5 months from now, the first hydrogen train should be running in India. So now I come to the main presentation. The world is on the cusp of energy transition. We are heading towards the hydrogen economy. Green hydrogen is the next frontier in energy transition. What is green hydrogen? Green hydrogen is hydrogen which is produced entirely using renewable energy. Hydrogen is the most abundant element in the universe. And when you use hydrogen as a fuel, there are no tailpipe emissions. And ultimately, hydrogen will emerge as the cheapest fuel. We are getting solar and hydrogen energy free of cost from Mother Nature. India is home to the cheapest renewable energy and has abundant supply of water. We will like to make India the global hub for production of green hydrogen. You all must have heard of the National Green Hydrogen Mission. Its objective is to produce 5 million tons of green hydrogen per year. And we want India, from being an energy importer, to become an energy exporter. Our current imports of fossil fuels are $125 billion per year. But by the year 2030, India hopes to become an energy exporter with exports of $300 billion per year. In the mobility sector, we all are seeing a transition from petrol and diesel vehicles to electric vehicles. And what is the future scenario? In future, all the vehicles may be powered by hydrogen. Hydrogen can be used in two ways. You have a fuel cell system where hydrogen, which is drawn from the cylinder carried on the vehicle, combines with oxygen drawn from the atmosphere to generate electricity. And then this electricity is used to power the motors. The second alternative is to burn hydrogen as a fuel in an internal combustion engine or ICE. We have Toyota Mirai cars, and these are one of the world's first hydrogen fuel cell electric vehicles. A few of these cars are in operation in India, including one which is being used by Mr. Nitin Gadkari. In hydrogen internal combustion engine vehicles, we have Ashok Leyland, who have converted a number of trucks into ICE vehicles. Around 80 hydrogen ICE trucks are currently in operation. This is a slide showing a car running on hydrogen using fuel cells. At the bottom of the slide, you will see the fuel consumption figures. A diesel car may give you 18 kilometers per liter. A fuel cell car will give you 200 kilometers per kilogram of hydrogen. Today, green hydrogen is very expensive. It costs rupees 600 to 700 per kilogram. But within a few years, the cost is expected to reduce drastically, and it is likely to become rupees 100 per kg. So once that happens, if the cost of diesel and cost of hydrogen is similar, then it will be much cheaper for you to run your car using hydrogen. This is a slide showing a few of the salient features of hydrogen train. So in India, we are in the process of producing the most powerful hydrogen train in the world, which will have 2,400 kilowatts of power. It will be a 10-coach train, the longest hydrogen train in the world. It will run between Jind and Sonipat, a distance of 89 kilometers. It will have a capacity of more than 2,600 passengers, including the standing passengers. This is another slide showing further features of the hydrogen train, but I think I'll skip it. This slide shows the layout of the equipment in the driving power car. With this, I come to the end of the presentation because I don't want to deprive the other panelists of their time. We may be lagging behind the Western countries in many areas, but in running hydrogen trains, India will be in the forefront very shortly. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
If you have any questions, I could take 1 or 2 questions on hydrogen trains.
Thank you, sir. I think maybe the audience are already absorbing all the information you've given about the hydrogen trains. Thank you, sir. I would now like to move to Mr. Lohia, who's an expert on station development. He, as CEO of the Indian Station Development Corporation, he delivered 2 excellent projects of station modernization at Habibganj and Gandhinagar. IRSDC had been given the task of modernization through PPP of many other stations, but subsequently I think the government decided to have a change of mind, and now it's being all done in-house departmentally. How do you see the future of station modernization as you had visualized it as CEO of IRSDC, and what changes do you think have come in the policy and do you think we will be able to deliver that kind of the kind of projects that you were able to deliver as CEO at Gandhinagar and Habibganj?
Very important and loaded question, I would say. But I'll attempt to answer as truthfully as possible. Well, when we are talking of railway station modernization or redevelopment, as we used to say, it required a complete change of mindset, because railways had been for more than 150 years a transporter, long distance transporter of goods and passengers, long distance. I am using each word very, very emphatically and consciously. Whereas when you take a railway station, wherever railway station came up, it became a city center by default. And there were a lot of activities which were happening not only within the railway station, but more on the outside of the railway station and creating chaos. What was required was to have that synergy of the entire ecosystem which was happening in redeveloping, so that the railway station, redeveloped railway station, becomes the city center where transportation is one of the functions. So towards that, as IRSDC, we developed certain manuals for doing the entire redevelopment, how exactly the railway stations should be conceived in connection with the entire urban infrastructure which is around it. So how the transit-oriented development has to happen, how the non-motorized transport has to happen, how the walk to work and all those kind of concepts which were being talked in the earlier session, all those things can happen, and wherein the public-private synergies can be built, because government cannot be delivering end-to-end solutions. There are certain things which best place is the public sector. The session title is Public-Private Partnership, so I'll come to that. So there are certain things which government can do better, than there are certain things which private sector can do better, because the agility part is always with the private sector. Whereas the risk taking in the infrastructure and any kind of forecast where you have to take the lead and build the infrastructure, so that can be done by the government. So that combination was required, and that was the combination which we were working as IRSDC, because the mandate given to IRSDC was make money out of air and convert the stations at par with airports. So at that time the government thinking was no money will be given to you. You have to sell only the air rights and transform all the air stations at par with airports, which we did in case of Rani Kamlapati station. and Gandhinagar, of course, Gandhinagar was developed with government funding because there was too much of risk. It was a demonstration project. It was developing a 5-star hotel on top of tracks, which had never happened in the country. I think that is the third project in the entire world. On running tracks, running station, we created hotel on top. Any of the column of the hotel does not come to the ground. So it comes on beams as deep as 3-story building high. So it was a structural, I would say, marvel which was created. And it was a demonstration project to say, showcase how exactly the development can happen through these infrastructure. But PPP part was involved in the running of that hotel. So yes, that PPP player was involved right in the beginning. At present, the model is, because government wanted to have this station development done across the country, PPP is a slow process, because when you are asking for investment from the private sector for a long term, a huge investment with so many players involved, regulatory issues, approval issues, single window, etc., that all will be talked about. So there were a lot of challenges, and private sector was slightly very, we had to give the entire redeveloped plan duly approved by various authorities to the agency, including the land records, which were, even though railway was owning the land, but the land records were not complete. So there were a number of issues which were involved. So it was a slow process. The government decided to do all by its own funding. Yes, that has, I would say, revolutionized the way the entire station development is happening. However, there are a lot of gaps which can happen, because we might create castles, but ultimately user of that, if we do not have private sector involved right in the beginning, those will be using it. So we might not have the best utilization of space. So that would depend a lot on what kind of consultants we are having, what kind of specialized people, those who are handling those station development that we are having. So they can be those kind of gaps. So that is only a caution which I would like to make. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll come back to you. I have another loaded question for you, which I'll ask you in the next round. I now come to Mr. Ved Prakash Dudeja. He's been handling Rail Land Development Authority, and I would consider him an expert on land issues. But I would like to know from you that when we are developing logistics hubs, what kind of land acquisition problems that you've been facing, and which are actually plaguing the development and implementation of various logistics hubs in India?
Thank you, sir, for giving me this chance to come on this conference. We are from a generation when we used to do land acquisition through Land Acquisition Act 1894 that we did in 90s and right through up to I think 2010, 2008 it was going on. That was a compulsory land acquisition for government, and there was no resistance. In fact, resistance was not permitted in those rules and those regulations. So for railway lines, the acquisition of land has been very, very smooth in the past, but with the change in the land acquisition rules in 2013, things have become very, very difficult to acquire land. Not only for government, for private also, it has become very difficult. So, as far as my knowledge goes, the logistic parks need huge land banks. There are two solutions in my mind which I propose here. One is that wherever railways have got their own surplus land near to the station yards, and yards particularly the not very important land parcels, maybe away from cities, where commercial value is not very high. Those areas could be identified maybe in the suburbs of cities, about 20, 30, 50, 40 kilometers away from the main cities, where we are not able to develop them commercially. So on such places, logistic parks can come. We have got huge chunks at many places in the country. From my knowledge of RLDA, I know. Second, if we are going for land acquisition, my suggestion would be we should go for PPP projects in logistic hubs, where the land acquisition responsibility lies with the government, and as a past experience, land acquisition through Special Railway Act, which was passed by Indian Railways in I think 2008. It has become easier, and it is much better as compared to the other Land Acquisition Act of 2013 to acquire land. So giving it an infrastructure status, and it's basically infrastructure itself, because it is going to overall reduce the cost of logistics for the country. So land should be acquired under Special Railway Act, and then it should be given as an equity to the joint venture with the private players, and then the other capital part and other, further the investment can be done by the private player, where they are strong in their designing and their investment part also. I think I have answered.
Thank you. So basically, you are suggesting that for development of logistics hubs near, railway connected areas, probably it's the railways should first acquire the land under the Special Railway Act, and then hand over the land as part of an equity by forming an SPV jointly with the private player, and so that then the private developer develops the logistics hub on that land. So that is the kind of model you are suggesting, because of the problems that other private players are having in acquiring land for these logistics hubs. That's a good suggestion. We have Mr. Prakash Gaur, who's another, he has specialized that in developing these logistics hubs next to the national highways. So we would like to know what problems in PPP, because I think they were supposed to be developed through a PPP mode, and why we've not been able to get the kind of progress that we were hoping for development of these logistics hubs next to the highways. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ICC, for inviting me for this conference. I was a bit scared when you were saying loaded questions. My third will come to me. So, in fact, just to give you a snapshot, whatever logistics parks which I was doing in my previous role was all on PPP. The challenge in PPP in our country is that from that partnership point of view, it is still not that mature. There are a couple of things comes, we can have a real discussion on that. But coming to the logistics parks, whatever logistics park has been done by the National Highway Logistics Management, these are multimodal. These are not just highway oriented. They are all multimodal logistics parks, minimum 2 mode rail and roads. Thing is, somewhere the waterways were also involved, which were done. Thing is, and model what we followed is very simple: road, rail, land, and infrastructure to provided by the government, and the rest development is to be done in the private sector. Thing is. But the here challenge comes, you ask the previous questions about the land and how the land is to be treated. The challenge which we faced in logistic, especially I am talking about logistic park, you are talking about reducing the logistic cost, meaning is you have to be on the axis of the cargo. Any selection of logistic park will only be succeeded if you are on the axis of the cargo. If you are away on the axis of cargo, that means you are deviating or maybe 10, 15, 20 kilometers thing is. So just when we say outside the city, of course it has to be outside the city, on the periphery this thing is, but from wherever the raw material is coming or wherever the finished good is going is, if that is not in that axis, because I did in a lot of many cities I go and state government says, sir, land is available here, create a logistic park. I said, nobody will come. It's as simple as that. Let me put it this way. He is running an industry steel plant. A steel plant is somewhere on the eastern side, and I tell him that please book your cargo on the western side. Yeah, 30 kilometer if I do up and down, then my cost is gone. So if I bring on the excess of cargo, that means that I have to have a land which will be high values. The another two parameter comes on that I need not to be very away from the railways. All of you come from the railways. If I take, you will only allow me to do from nearest station. And if I do a station, my thumb rule comes, anything beyond 5 to 7 kilometer, it's off case. You have to have your development park within 5 to 7 kilometers of the nearest station. That means your siding is coming not more than 5 to 7 kilometers. Otherwise, the project will make unviable for the private sector to run it, both from the operation point of view and the capital investment to be done by the state, by the government authorities. And that same applies to the highways.
Right.
So one is to do a trade-off between all that when developing these logistics parks to make it successful and make it cost-effective and reducing the logistic cost.
Thank you. In fact, I would say that, stemming from what you have said, that for developing any logistics hub, three very important considerations are there. Number one, location. Number two, location. And number three, location. If you've got the right location, you've got the traffic. Otherwise, you will have an excellent logistics hub, but very little traffic. And you'll be sitting there idle. So therefore, facilities by themselves are not going to get you the traffic. They are an enabler. But until you are on the right location, you will never succeed. So, excellent, sir. I'd now like to, because Mr. Suri is the most senior amongst us, I'd like to draw on his experience. And of course, the timekeeper has already threatened me that I should close the session fast. We'll remain within the time limit they've given us. So, sir, quickly I'd like to know from you, with drawing on your experience, what three important areas for PPP you would like to suggest for the future?
We have many areas where the traffic density is very high. So, like RVNL has been building third line, fourth line. We built a third line between Ghaziabad and Aligarh. I think we built a third and fourth line between Tughlakabad and Palwal. So these are the areas where if you can attract capital because the returns are bound to come. If you build a new line which is in a totally far-flung area, then the traffic build-up will take many years. And the private sector doesn't have the patience to wait for the traffic to materialize. So these bankable projects, they can be identified, and rolling stock manufacture, because as soon as you put the rolling stock, you commission it, it starts earning, which we are already doing. For Vande Bharat, we have already given contracts for 200 rakes, okay, again worth 25,000 crores. And similarly for locomotives, we have given a contract to Siemens, which is again worth 25,000 crores or something. Siemens is a multinational which has been there for 100 years. But never in their life have they got such a big order from any country, anytime.
Thank you, sir. So there is definitely scope for a lot of PPP in different type of areas. And I think now the last question to Mr. Sanjeev Lohia, as I said, loaded question. I want to know from you, for New Delhi station, the railways have been talking about modernization of New Delhi station under PPP for the last 25 years. And nothing has come off till now. We have seen 3 different models. A lot of consultants have been appointed from time to time, but nothing is happening on the ground. Why do you think that, on the other hand, although we say that PPP is difficult, which is correct, if you see the airports, there PPP seems to be happening very fast. Whether it's Delhi or Mumbai or Hyderabad or Kochi. All these airports have come up within a span of 5 years whenever PPP has been taken up. But for New Delhi station, we are still struggling for the last 25 years. Maybe you can enlighten us.
I'll answer it in one line. Redeveloping a railway station, especially in India, a brownfield station, is akin to doing open heart surgery on an athlete while he is running the marathon.
No, but I'll counter
Whereas airport redevelopment, it is relatively very easy. It is a building development. You are not tinkering with the existing airport too much. You are making another building most of the time and then shifting your operations there. Runways are there. You repair the runways. In railways, the safety aspects are more complex than in even airways, and this is what I was making a presentation to the finance secretary. When the entire thing was being discussed, whether a commissioner of railway safety is required for railway or not, and can we have a safety consultant? And when I explained that how complex is the railway safety, because from the moment the wheel starts rotating to the time it stops, there are number of factors, including the fight in the village, which can derail your train, including the buffalo which can come on your track, including the weather which can go wrong. Number of things which can go wrong. In aircraft, you will have a black box which you do not have in a train. So that deciphering any accident and finding the root cause and then taking corrective action is a very complex thing. So my only submission is airports is minuscule when it compares to the safety of railways and the complexity of development of railway station.
Thank you. Yeah, please.
I give an example of NBCC, which is very successful. They have done a lot of things very successfully in Delhi. They were given 10 stations on similar model, just like a PPP thing, and they were supposed to generate revenue from the commercial development of land and then plow that revenue into the station development. I think within 2 years or 3 years, they handed over all the stations back except one, Gomtinagar station. And that also, the model they had thought was we will be starting the commercial development and pumping into only 10% or maybe 20% of the cost of construction and start selling the commercial space to the private players, and then we'll get revenue out of that and we'll start construction of the station. But nothing happened, and actually it is not about 50% of the cost was the cost of commercial space and 50% of cost was of the cost of station. So they didn't even they could not start the station at all from the revenues from commercial development at all in 4 years. And finally, that Gomtinagar station was also taken back, and RLDA with their own funds constructed the station. They have completed the commercial space, and commercial space is now it has been leased out mostly, and almost the entire cost is now recovered from that completion of the station. So that is one example how PPP works in stations, right? How it differs from airport, where in airport development, apart from the difficulties what Mr. Loya has said, because both of us have seen those difficulties at the site. Apart from that, the revenue, the source of revenue, you have to have a assured stream of revenue for doing any PPP project. For railway station, there is no such assured source of revenue. Like in airport, you can, just yesterday I was reading a report, the user charges itself are ranging from 500 rupees to 1700 rupees per passenger. So such kind of user fee can be charged, and within 1 year, like a T1 terminal, you can generate revenue of about 200 crores in a year. Maybe 700, in a year 700 crore revenue is generated only from user fee at T1. It means that 8,000 crore which you have spent on the construction of that one terminal, that is coming back to you within 10 years time. So that is the ideal time for any PPP project, that you should be able to get the entire investment within 10 years. That cannot happen in a railway station.
Thank you.
Thank
so
you.
I think what the takeaway is that basically in any PPP project, the revenue stream should be such that the money comes back to the developer within a specified time period. Mr. Prakash,
I'll just take a line on this.
Please.
See, PPP is not difficult, no challenge. Problem is when you get a private sector, you want to lower all your risk to the private sector and then expect him to deliver.
Yeah.
See, when you draft a PPP concession, say ये भी यही करेगा, ये भी यही करेगा, operation भी यही चलाएगा, and then what will I do? I'll only regulate and tighten his life.
So risk sharing is important. So both
the party has to take a risk. Risk thing is
so
revenue is not an issue. Revenue, you can find another ways to find the financing a project, but the partnership has to be built where each party has to take a risk what it can absorb. If you transfer your risk to the private party, take it from me, none of your people will fail. 2007 we did bus port in Gujarat, 7 bus port. Where is the revenue in the bus system and the operationals? Because we are able to structure those projects in that manner. So there is a possibility in PPP, it's not that. We have done in logistics parks also, there is a possibility in Canada, but the mindset has to come to take it forward.
Correct. So I would say the takeaways for successful PPP in railway projects and infrastructure projects are, number one, you should be at the right location. There should be a fixed payback period for the revenues to come in, and therefore risk sharing should be adequate on both sides. It should not be loaded to one party. Thank you very much for being patient. The questions, if any, can be discussed outside. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Garg. Could I please request the entire panel to kindly come forward? Thank you very much for your valuable insights. Requesting the Senior Assistant Director at Indian Chamber of Commerce, Ms. Nidhi Burman, to kindly come forward and present a token of appreciation to our entire panel on behalf of Indian Chamber of Commerce. And also a big shout out to all our exhibitors. We are to begin with the awards in next 120 seconds. यानी कि अगले 2 मिनटों में आप और हम मिलकर आज के इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के सेकेंड डे के सबसे एंटिसिपेटेड सेगमेंट की ओर बढ़ते चले जा रहे हैं. That is the awards ceremony. Requesting all the awardees, all the aspirants to kindly join us in the hall without any further ado. And now requesting the Managing Director and CEO at Urban Infra Group, Mrs. Mamta Shah, to kindly present the token of appreciation to the entire panel on behalf of Urban Infra Group. Ladies and gentlemen, before we close our today's proceedings, I would like to take this opportunity once again to thank our sponsors. Well, big congratulations to the entire panel. Since we are experiencing a quick paucity of time, to deliver the vote of thanks for concluding the segment hosted by the Indian Chamber of Commerce. Now joining us on dais is Miss Nidhi Burman. Let's welcome the lady with a big round of applause.
Thank you, everyone. On behalf of ICC, I thank each one of you to join us and do justice to the Logistics Day that we wanted to actually highlight today. Before we close our today's proceeding, I would like the opportunity to thank again our sponsors, our platinum sponsor, Jindal Stainless Limited, our session partner, Jupiter Wagons Limited, and badge partner, Western Couriers Limited. I would like to thank Ministry of Railways, Government of India, and Warehouse Development and Regulatory Authority, Department of Food and Public Distribution, Government of India, for associating with us in this initiative. I would also thank our distinguished speakers for making today's event a grand success and with their provoking and enriching deliberations. I would want to further state that the third edition of the much-awaited Logi Voices will be released in our upcoming event in logistics. And thank you everyone for being a part of today's conference. The discussion and insights shared today have been truly enlightening, and I hope they have enriched you as we strive to build a resilient and future-ready logistics ecosystem by fostering innovation, driving sustainability, and strengthening policy frameworks. Once again, thank you for joining us today. Those who could not make it today, we look forward to see them in our future events. Thank you so much.
Check. Gentlemen, welcome to the 5th Urban Infra Leadership Award 2025. Before we begin, could I please request everyone to kindly take their seats? Could I please encourage everyone to be kindly seated? A quick info for all the awardees. सभी से रिक्वेस्ट है कृपया सेंटर की सीढ़ियों से स्टेज एंटर करें. Collect your award in the center of the stage. Give us your best smile for a picture and kindly exit the stage either from the left or the right side. कृपया स्टेज के सेंटर की सीढ़ियों का इस्तेमाल करें स्टेज पर आने के लिए. पर स्टेज एग्जिट करते समय ध्यान रखें कि या तो लेफ्ट या राइट की ओर की सीढ़ियों का इस्तेमाल करें. Now, before we move forward, I'd like to take a minute and express our deepest gratitude to our partners for helping us turn our vision into reality. Platinum partner, Jindal Stainless Limited. Gold partner, Sharm Steel Industries Limited. Silver partner, DB Engineering and Consulting GmbH. Conference partners, Infineon Technologies, Jackson Infra and Jupiter Wagons Limited. Branding partner, IRCON Infrastructure Limited. Lanyard partner, Jackson Infra. Badge partner, Western Carriers India Limited. Award partner, Rising Leaders India. Podcast partner, RS Live. Knowledge partners, Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya, Nikore Associates and CILT India. Media partners, Metro Rail Today, Urban Transport News and Cargo Insights. E-Highway partner, National Highway for Electric Vehicles NHEV. Supporting partners, Indian Railways, Ministry of Railways and Ease of Doing Business. Mission partners, Make in India and Viksit Bharat. So ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, let's begin with the award ceremony. पर उससे पहले आप सभी से एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट दरख्वास्त, कृपया जोरदार तालियों से सभी अवॉर्डीज को कॉन्ग्रेचुलेट करना ना भूलें. प्रैक्टिस राउंड करना चाहें तो कर सकते हैं. And time to call the man of the hour on the stage. The presenter for the 5th Urban Infra Leadership Awards 2025. Please welcome the guest of honor, Professor Dr. Manoj Chaudhary, Vice Chancellor, Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya, Ministry of Railways. Also requesting the Managing Director and CEO at Urban Infra Group, Mrs. Mamta Shah, to kindly join us on the stage. Let's welcome the lady with a big round of applause. तो चलिए करते हैं शुरुआत. Once again requesting all the awardees to kindly enter the stage from the stairs in the center and exit from the either side. Also expecting lots of applauses. और अगर CTVT मारना चाहे तो please feel free. And the first category, Urban Infra Stainless Leader of the Year. And the award goes to Jindal Stainless Limited. Requesting team Jindal Stainless Limited to kindly join us on the stage without any further ado. On to the next category, अगली कैटेगरी है अर्बन इंफ्रा स्टील लीडर ऑफ द ईयर. And the award for the Urban Infra Steel Leader of the Year goes to Sharma Steel Industries Limited. Yes, congratulations. Quickly on to the next category. यहाँ पर मंच पर है हमारे साथ श्याम स्टील इंडस्ट्रीज लिमिटेड जिन्होंने जीता है स्टील लीडर ऑफ द ईयर का खिताब. जोरदार तालियां, come on. Next category, Urban Infra Metro Electrification Leader of the Year. And the award for the Urban Infra Metro Electrification Leader of the Year goes to Jackson Infra. Yes, congratulations. And the next category is Urban Infra Mobility Leader of the Year. And the award for the Urban Infra Mobility Leader of the Year goes to Jupiter Wagons Limited. We have Ms. Nidhi Burman accepting the award on behalf of the awardee. And I'm going to be repeating the first category since I did spot the winners in the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, the category Urban Infra Stainless Leader of the Year. And the award goes to Jindal Stainless Limited. Everybody, let's clap our hands together. Come on. Yes, congratulations. बहुत बहुत मुबारकबाद. Quickly towards the next category. अगली category है Urban Infra Rail Wheel Leader of the Year. And the award goes to Rail Wheel Factory, Bangalore. कहना तो नहीं चाहिए. अवॉर्डीज के लिए नहीं तो भगवान के नाम पे ही ताली बजा दो. I'm still waiting for someone to whistle from the audience. No award ceremony is complete without a couple of whistles. And the next category, Urban Infra Most Acclaimed Project of the Year. And the award for the Most Acclaimed Project of the Year goes to Delhi Metro TC05 project by IRCON Infrastructure Limited. Yes, congratulations. And the next category is Urban Infra Logistics Solution Leader of the Year. And the award for the Logistics Solution Leader of the Year goes to Transport Corporation of India Limited. On to the next category, the Urban Infra Logistics Solution Provider of the Year. And the award for the Urban Infra Logistics Solution Provider of the Year goes to Western Carriers India Limited. And I believe Ms. Nidhi Burman will have to do the job once again. देखिए, अगर अवॉर्डी रूम में प्रेजेंट नहीं भी है तो उससे उसकी अचीवमेंट्स की जो कहानी है वो खत्म या कम नहीं हो जाती है. तो तालियां तो उनके लिए बनती हैं. तो जोरदार तालियां for Western Carriers India Limited. The next category is Urban Infra Railway Printing Solution Provider of the Year. And the Railway Printing Solution Provider of the Year is TVS Electronics Limited. Fantastic! Headed towards a heavy category, the Urban Infra Railway Connectivity Solution Leader of the Year. Ladies and gentlemen, the award goes to Herbert and Sana Electronics Private Limited. Yes, congratulations. The next category is Urban Infra CCTV Security Leader of the Year. Well, one of the best in the country, and the award goes to CP Plus Aditya Infotech. दोस्तों की, कॉलीग्स की, फ्रेंड्स की, ऑडियंस की खुशी में खुश होना काफी अच्छी बात है, तो जरा जोरदार तालियों से सभी अवॉर्डीज का स्वागत किया जाए. Congratulations, and the next category is Urban Infra Glass Solution Leader of the Year. And the Glass Solution Leader of the Year is TPRS Enterprises. Okay, category Urban Infra Composites Leader of the Year. And the award goes to EPP Composites Private Limited. सर एक सेकंड रुक जाइए, एक सेकंड रुकिए और म्यूजिक धीमा कीजिए. दोबारा ट्राई करते हैं, लेकिन ऐसे ट्राई करते हैं जैसे किया जाना चाहिए. Because year round hard work, so many missed shenanigans, sleepless nights, a lot of effort gets you here, and that effort deserves a big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for EPP Composites Private Limited. And the next category is Urban Infra CCTV Security Solution Provider of the Year. And the award goes to Videology Industrial Cameras. Category, the Telecom Solution Provider of the Year. And the award for the Telecom Solution Provider of the Year goes to Kushi Communications Private Limited. मैं आप सभी को बता दूं that we are celebrating the corporate awards as of now, and in an absolute short while we are to begin with individual awards as well. Big congratulations to Kushi Communications Private Limited. Ugly category, Urban Infra Tunneling Solution Provider of the Year. And the Tunneling Solution Provider of the Year is Eurostar Engineering Private Limited. I believe they are not here at the moment. Quickly on to the next one, the Urban Infra Industrial Tools Provider of the Year. And the Industrial Tools Provider of the Year is Technotalk Tools Private Limited. Quickly on to the next category, the Urban Infra Welding Solution Provider of the Year. And the Welding Solution Provider of the Year is Superon Sweatstick Industries Limited. Congratulations to Team Superon. Ladies and gentlemen, जो भी हमारे अवॉर्डीज अवार्ड नहीं एक्सेप्ट कर पाए हैं या तो कोई इंपॉर्टेंट काम था या कुछ था, the list will begin later. So kindly be patient and stick around with us. Quickly on to the next category. अगली category है Urban Infra Consultancy Business Leader of the Year. And the Consultancy Business Leader of the Year का खिताब जाता है DB Engineering and Consulting. Heartiest congratulations to Team DB Engineering and Consulting. Quickly on to the next category, the Urban Infra Automation Leader of the Year. And the Automation Leader of the Year का खिताब जाता है Uni Automation India Private Limited. बहुत सिंपल है ताली बजाना. देखिए, आप में से सभी लोगों ने एक ना एक बार इस मंच पर जरूर आना है. So just consider कि जब आपका सुपरस्टार मोमेंट होगा और आपके लिए तालियां ना बजे तो आप कैसा महसूस करेंगे. आखिरी कुछ अवार्ड्स बाकी हैं. जोरदार तालियों से सभी अवार्डीज का कीजिए हार्दिक अभिनंदन. नेक्स्ट कैटेगरी, Urban Infra Packaging Solution Provider of the Year. And the award goes to ITW India Private Limited. Heartiest congratulations to ITW India Private Limited. And the next category is Urban Infra Adhesive Tapes Solution Provider of the Year. And the award goes to Tessa Tapes India Private Limited. अगली कैटेगरी है अर्बन इंफ्रा इनोवेटिव लॉजिस्टिक्स स्टार्टअप ऑफ द ईयर. Quite the category, and the innovative logistics startup of the year का अवार्ड जाता है लिंक हॉल इंडिया प्राइवेट लिमिटेड. On to the next, big congratulations. Quickly on to the next category. We are now headed towards the final few awards, and these are individual awards that we are celebrating. The Urban Infra Tunneling Man of the Year. And the award goes to Mr. Saurabh Sharma, Joint General Manager, Delhi Metro Rail Corporation Limited. The next category is Urban Infra Influencer of the Year. And the Influencer of the Year. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Rajan Singh, founder, RS Live. एक ऐसी पर्सनालिटी जो किसी भी इंट्रोडक्शन के मोहताज नहीं है. You must have had seen him across your social media platforms multiple times. Big congratulations to Team RS Live. Agla award, the Urban Infra Emerging Woman Leader of the Year. न जाने क्यों थोड़ी सी बायस्ड हो जाती हूँ. जोरदार तालियां चाहूंगी इस पर्टिकुलर कैटेगरी में. And the award goes to Miss Sujata Sahai, CEO, India Wells. अगली कैटेगरी की ओर बढ़ने से पहले बाय अ शो ऑफ हैंड्स, कल यहां पर कितने लोग डे 1 ऑफ द कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए हमारे साथ मौजूद थे? देखिए, इस कैटेगरी के विनर का नाम अगर आप डे 1 पे मौजूद थे तो आपको ऑटोमेटिकली पता होगा. द कैटेगरी इज अर्बन इंफ्रा यंग इन्वेंटर ऑफ द ईयर. लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, कुछ ही सालों में आप अक्षय कुमार को देखने वाले हैं इनकी बायोपिक में काम करते हुए. प्लीज पुट योर हैंड्स टुगेदर फॉर मिस्टर चाणक्य श्री विनायक कट्टा, फाउंडर एंड इन्वेंटर वायुरथ. हमारे कुछ अवार्डीज थोड़ा सा लेट हो गए थे, तो चलिए जोरदार तालियों से उनका करते हैं स्वागत. द कैटेगरी इज अर्बन इंफ्रा इंडस्ट्रियल टूल्स प्रोवाइडर ऑफ द ईयर एंड द अवार्ड गोज टू टेक्नोटॉक टूल्स प्राइवेट लिमिटेड. Gentlemen, the golden words, the absolute final category and the final award for today's celebration, the Urban Infra Rising Woman Leader of the Year. And the award goes to the founder, Nikore Associates. Let's give it up for Miss Mitali Nikore. Have one more award which I do wish to repeat since ऐसा खास मौका बार-बार नहीं आता है. In case any representative from the winning team is here to accept the award, I must encourage them to join us on the stage without any ados. The Urban Infra Tunneling Solution Provider of the Year, and the winner is Eurostar Engineering Private Limited. And as of now, with the same, a big round of applause for Professor Dr. Chaudhary and Mrs. Mamta Shah. Thank you very much for joining us. A big round of applause for the presenters. With the same, ladies and gentlemen, to deliver the vote of thanks for concluding the day 1 and day 2 of the RailTrans Expo, joining us on stage is the Executive Director, Urban Infra Group. Please welcome Mr. Surya Shah.
Thank you so much for everyone presenting here. Hi, this is Surya Shah, Executive Director, Urban Infra Group. Welcomes you all to this auspicious show that is the 5th RailTrans Expo. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude the 5th RailTrans Expo 2025, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to each one of you for your invaluable contributions to the success of this remarkable event. We are particularly thankful to our chief guest, Professor Dr. Manoj Chaudhary, Vice Chancellor of Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya, Vadodara, a central university under Ministry of Railways, Government of India, for honoring us with his presence and sharing profound insights. Your wisdom has greatly enriched our discussions today. To our esteemed guest speakers, thank you for illuminating our understanding of the challenges and opportunities within the railway, transportation and urban transport infrastructures. Your enlightening presentations have been instrumental in shaping our conversations. We are thankful to the Indian Chamber of Commerce for extending their support as our chamber partner. We are also thankful to our key partners, namely Indian Railways, Jindal Stainless Limited, Shyam Steel Industries, DB Engineering and Consulting GmbH, Infineon Technologies, Jackson Infra, Jupiter Wagons Limited, IRCON Infrastructure Limited, Western Carriers India Limited, Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya, Nikore Associates, CILT India, ease of doing business. National Highway for Electric Vehicles, NHEV, RS Life, Carvo Insights, Metro Rail Today, Urban Transport News. A special acknowledgement goes to Ms. Mamta Shah, MD and CEO of Urban Infra Group, and Dr. Vinod Shah, Chief Operating Officers, for their visionary leadership in conceptualizing and designing this event. Your dedication to excellence has set a high standard for our future endeavors. To all participants, speakers, sponsors, exhibitors, and attendees, your active engagement and valuable contributions have made this summit a resounding success. The exchange of ideas, the forging of new connections, and the recognition of excellence during the award ceremony have collectively created an enriching experience for everyone involved. As we depart today with fresh insights and strengthened connections, I want to express my sincere appreciation to entire urban infra community. Thank you once again for being a part of this journey. Wishing you safe travels, and we look forward to welcoming you to our upcoming events, Semicon Expo 2025 and RailTrans Expo 2026. Thank you.
And with the same, ladies and gentlemen, we conclude the 5th edition of the RailTrans Expo. With the same, this is your host, Sahibjeet Kaur, saying goodbye on behalf of Urban Infra Group. Thank you and have a wonderful evening ahead.
wonderful idea and very thoughtful and a great exhibition. I really congratulate not only for organizing this thing.
यहाँ पे आने के बाद मतलब 2 दिन हमने स्पेंड किया और 2 दिन में हमें काफ़ी सारे अच्छे क्लाइंट्स मिले। इवन सम हमें रेलवे की भी कुछ ऑफिसर्स मिले।
had installed our stall. We were getting all the supports, all the manpower, all the equipments and tools that we needed. It was really pleasant experience over here.